So On Air Studios is a production house. We do events, virtual and hybrid events. So over the past 1.5 years, we've handled over 50 events, I can say, ever since we started the studio. So we look to deliver what the client wants, what they need in terms of events. So we are a full production house. Positive experiences, or one positive experience, is when we have an event, sit down as a team, we usually argue. We usually say, let's argue, so that we come up with one solution. So those arguments are usually just, each person has their own solution, and then we merge them, and then we come up with one super great solution. So I think my positive experiences, that positive experience is when we're working as a team, especially when we've put our brains together and we come up with one super solution and we deliver an event.
Tony Ambi, Happy New Year.
Hi.
Salamu, bro. We get to know new things, and that brings me to my second point, which is we have a great team, which makes the late nights a bit better to endure than a frustrating night before we have an event tomorrow. You know, those late nights where you guys just try and figure out something new, that you can bring to the market, or just do another event differently. So for me, the experience will be as on Air Studios. I know we had stuck on 2D for a while. Not many production companies offered the 3D experience. That's something that through research we came, and just looking at competitors, we came to realize nobody was offering 3D. So I remember for a long time, just trying to put heads together. We were trying to just, try and get to that new realm of the 3D and just doing the production for our audience, or even for our clientele, even for us personally as we host our events. And it took a while. I know we will say, so we have an event tomorrow. We'll say, now for that event, we'll be doing the 3D. For the next event, we'll be doing the 3D. So we would fail. But in the end, was it in November, we did our first 3D, which was in Mombasa for the Innovation event, and it was successful. I think that was my best experience. Again, for marketing, we do 3D. Come to On Air Studios. Just come.
Our goal is to always come up with a new way that will surprise the industry and make people look at us and watch what we're actually doing in the tech industry.
When you see a client overjoyed when you deliver, the client was expecting you to deliver, say, 5 out of 10, but us guys deliver 12 out of 10.
I don't really see our competitors by then in the future, because basically we're the best in the market. I guess we're raising the bars. CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, watch the space. We're coming there.
The future is bright, and yeah, we're headed there. We'll get there.
Just to get this right, you had said that those reports would be available online, right, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so
exactly.
they
Yes.
are available. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Laura. So for everyone else who has joined us, thank you very much.
The head of Canadian Development Corporation, Janine Cocker, the country director for CARE, Dr. Maureen Miruka, the country director for Oxfam in Kenya, Dr. John Kitui, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be exciting 2 days.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning. A warm welcome to Impact Philanthropy Africa's Forum on Health.
With my 5 remarkable and highly qualified panelists. Hello. We have Mr. Joseph Mathenga of Serianu Limited. He is the Chief Operating Officer at Serianu.
Questions, and I would like to invite all my panelists, starting off with Visa. Eva, thank you so much for making time to be with us and, of course, for being our host. First things first, why is it important for payment firms to consider the social impact in the line of the UN Sustainable Development Goals? Eva.
Yes. Having this discussion with my colleagues on the panel to demonstrate their different experiences. So allow me to introduce them. We have Karungari Kahende, who is the head of partnerships at Little, which is a leading super app in East Africa, which began as a ride-hailing company in Kenya.
Mr. Muyuro, President Isaka, Mr. Boniface Asiligwa, the Vice President Isaka, Mr. Preston Odera, completing them. I'll take one of the programs that I've just mentioned, the Jira Digital Program. Within the program, we do have specifically a Women in Work series, which is aimed at, actually having more young women take up their Jira Digital Program, go through our free training, which is offered both online and what is
our supply systems, thus that we have hubs that are specifically looking at supply chain, and those roles are now at above market. A most important bit is when we come to sourcing, we're talking about 100 plus, 800 plus locations, 800 plus kind of suppliers. You need to know how do you manage all these suppliers to ensure that in your demand forecasting. So this is a context when we talk about our supply chain. That is the complexity.
The products, or to complain about your service, or to get an upgrade, or just normal interactions. So ultimately, the companies that take advantage of digitization or digital interactions to engage their clients are the companies that are going to come on top of the list in terms of great and superior customer service.
Okay, so that's a good segue for you, Jane. In a very competitive market where digitization is at forefront, and the banking industry has to stay on top of these emerging technologies. So explain to us how these new technologies, and feel free to tell us which technologies they are.
What about healthy eating? What about, instead of them partnering with Red Bull, they partner with a business that promotes juicing and good eating? What if they incorporated points into video games that allowed children to identify when they'd gone beyond the boundary? Because having children is scary. I mean, I don't have them yet, but I'm going to have them, and I'm terrified.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning today from South Africa to Nigeria. How are you doing? So welcome to this session. This is innovation and simplicity, giving your business a competitive edge. And we're talking about one of my best subjects, which is a containerization or container technology.
An SME is a person who is doing businesses, but at a lower, middle, or at advanced level.
We have MSME,
yes.
Then we have SME. If you have an M-Pesa shop, for example,
yes.
You are an MSME.
MSME, the Mamamboga down there is an MSME. The boundary is the number of employees and the turnover. Exactly. Chamber have partnered with the Ministry of Health, and we are at least giving the tenders to those Mamambogas. With our presence in the 47 counties, we have gone down to the that lowest entrepreneur or an SME.
have the reason why this and this is not working, and if I keep doing things differently, it will work. They call me the dreamer, and this is something that they started calling me from high school. But at that time I was thinking in my mind, what is she thinking? Why would I need a job after 4 years? If you can't put your time and energy to get it to a point where people can see some results or traction, then you'll only have yourself to blame. Nobody owes you anything, or nobody owes anybody anything. It is you and you alone to make your idea a success.
Today I've learned that a concept known as abundant mentality. You don't think that this one idea or this one solution is only yours. You have to hone the skills, and I think it's just over experience that you begin to hone those skills and realizing that it's not only one idea you'll ever have in your entire life. Yeah, and every time there is a need, because that muscle is working, you will always be looking for a solution. You need to dream big dreams, you know. I think that we have the capacity to do a lot more to change the course of the world, yeah. But we need to have a deep self-belief in ourselves.
When someone tells me they're broke and they're not making money, and I'm like, what? Like, there's so many ways to make money in this world. Because of digitalization, it's actually increased your avenues of actually making money. Our revenue actually like doubled during COVID period. Oh, I can actually just take my phone and Google African pendants, and then you find our results. Yeah. With entrepreneurship, there's no map. You just go in there, it's like a bush, you're just cutting, looking for a way. You just go in there with a machete, trying to clear a way for you to get to where you want to get to. So don't be scared to jump in, and don't expect a roadmap. Create your own roadmap.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and Happy New Year. I know it's February, but it's a bit too late to say this, but we are glad to have each and every one of you here logged in. This is the CIO, the Year Ahead Forum, where we are going to recover and recovery by disruption. My name is Ian Mirore, and I'm going to be your moderator for today. We are glad to have each and every one of you here. We have amazing speakers that have been lined up for us today, and we are going to start off this session on a high. We need to recover, and definitely we are going to talk about disruption. We have amazing programs that have been lined up for you, and I'm glad that you are going to enjoy it. So I want you to sit back and relax as we get into this engaging session where we're going to have one-on-one conversations, panel speakers. Legendary Harry is going to be there. Kane goes also from Twiga, he's here. Also Chris Senanu, Chief Enterprise Business Officer from Safaricom, is also here. We have the likes of Michael Michier and so much more. It's going to be packed. It is loaded and it is fired up, and we are glad to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that we are going to start off well. They say that things don't go wrong. Things actually start wrong. So we are going to make sure that we are going to start on the right footing. This is the CIO Africa, the Year Ahead Forum, and we're looking forward for a fantastic year where we're going to engage each and every one of you. And now to open up the session for us is someone that we all know. He is the chairman and publisher at CIO Africa. He is a serial entrepreneur. He is an ICT consultant, e-government strategist. He has deep knowledge and understanding when it comes to African ICT landscape. He is a mentor, a man that we love and appreciate, and we're looking forward to the wisdom nuggets that he's going to come and bring on the table. This is the one and only. You love him and you know him. This is none other than our chairman and publisher at CIO Africa, the legendary Harry. Welcome, Harry, and over to you. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Ian. As always, energy of 100 people. So thank you very much for starting this off. Again, Happy New Year or Happy 2020. I hope all of you have started the year in a good note, that you're back in the office or working from home, wherever you are, but you're ready for 2022. You know, looking to just look at some of the technologies, that, you know, will make a big impact in the different industries that we are going to be looking at today. And of course, looking at who is going to be doing what in terms of you know, bringing in the technologies that will spur the year ahead of us. This is really a trend-setting kind of event where we look at different industries and the technologies that are going to impact those industries. And we've brought together, you know, an amazing panel, people who are going to talk to us about different things, different technologies in different sectors. So stay tuned, don't go away. Now, if you look at our theme, when we talk about the theme of this year's event, recovery by way of destruction. This is actually our story. This is the story of CIO Africa. Because if you look at some of the things that we've done in the past 1 year, you know, we had to actually disrupt ourselves. Looking from the technology magazine that we were, to a portal, to hosting these kind of events, to now doing this thing in a studio where, you know, we talk to you in a more attractive way, to be able to just communicate and connect people together, connect people in the industry. So this has been our sort of disrupting ourselves. We disrupted ourselves by innovating. But see, if you look at a lot of organizations were disrupted, and you know, they were impacted by the COVID, by the pandemic, and people had to rethink their business models. They had to look at what they're doing and rethink them. So to survive, because you see, if you know, an example is if companies, for instance, in the events industry, those companies were heavily impacted because, you know, people could not meet. But then they had, you know, the companies that survived are the ones that actually innovated. They're ones that went ahead and disrupted their business model. They're the ones that actually looked at their business and said, this is not working, so let's revise it. And some of the interesting companies that I've also seen doing this is, companies that are small startups are changing the narrative. They are going for the incumbents and looking at taking up their businesses, so organizations have to change to be able to stay alive. Organizations have to look at their business models and change. They have to disrupt themselves, innovate, not from the product level, but innovate from the business model level, where you're actually innovating your own business. So that's my take on what is happening. So as industry recover, we are seeing also startups going back and eating up some of the big companies, the incumbents. They're eating up that their market share. And a good case in point here is a company like Twiga, which has innovated so much. So they started with connecting the farmer to the marketplace, and now you can see they've gone ahead and now they are packaging stuff. They're packaging maize flour. They're packaging cooking oil. So now, so the incumbents here, Unga Group, I hope Tom is in here listening. So Unga Group, Bidco, I hope Kane is also in here. Alkane, I hope you're in here. I have to look at these guys, because you see, these guys are coming for your market, and they're cash rich, and they are also very nimble. They're small, they move fast. So these are contenders. You need to think of how you're going to approach them. So these startups are coming in and disrupting the incumbents. So we also have Kane. Kane will talk about what they're doing from Twiga. I'm really I like what Twiga is doing and some of the innovation that is coming out of there. So anyway, looking at today. We've got great content. We've put together, several hours of content, looking at trends. So we've picked a few. We couldn't have all the trends, all the sectors that we wanted to have, but we've picked a few that we feel are important, and that's agriculture. So we'll be talking about agriculture and the technology and disruption and innovation within the agricultural sector. We're looking at health, banking, financial services and insurance sector, what they call the BFSI, retail and e-commerce. We'll also revisit the area of customer experience. This is becoming bigger and bigger. And now we're bringing in that twist because there's a lot of virtual now. There's a virtual stuff coming up. So we'll be looking at how these virtual experiences are going to affect customer experience. So talking about augmented reality, virtual reality, and things like metaverse. And of course, all this is building on some of the knowledge, some of the technologies, including cloud computing, edge computing, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data and analytics, and of course, blockchain. We're also very grateful, very, very grateful that some of the key industry opinion leaders and thought leaders have joined this event. So thank you to some of the big names, Dr. Anil Sahai, who will be talking about metaverse later in the day. Chris Enanu from Safaricom, who will be looking at what they're doing with 5G and why you should be looking at 5G and thinking about 5G. Shaukat Ali Khan on business models. I told you, business models are being innovated now, so you need to think about how is your business innovating at the business model level. Sean Owoye from Pesalink will also be talking about strengthening operational resilience, among others. So thank you so much for the speakers that have come on board, and there are many. So I'll just mention a few of them so that to just appreciate that. As usual, we have a full calendar of events for the year. So we will be. This is our first event. This is our calendar event. Our calendar of events for 2022. So starting with of course the year ahead. Then we'll be talking about cloud and security next month. So make sure you book that. Cloud is now something that everybody is talking about. 10 years ago we were talking about cloud. And people were wondering, what is this cloud that you guys keep on talking about? But now the cloud has become a place where people, they don't even think about it. So it's interesting that we've gotten to that level. Then Sacotech, so we'll be convening the Sacotech Forum again on the 21st of April. So the members in here who are from the Saco sector, please join. Of course, we have to play. So golf is coming up in June, and this year we are coinciding the golf event with our first golf clinic. So we'll have a golf clinic where we will have people who want to be trained on how to play golf to join. Then, of course, we'll have our Africa FinTech Summit on the 19th and 20th of May. So watch out for that. You can register for it. We already have it online. So feel free to go and register for that. Don't miss it. This is big. FinTech is big. People are talking about FinTech everywhere, so you need to know what's going on. Then, of course, the MATEC Forum coming up on the 23rd of June. Then after that, we have Industry 4.0. Then after Industry 4.0, we have the Africa e-Government Forum. This is an event that we started last year, but now it's coming into the next year, and there's a lot of excitement around it. Basically, looking at the different technologies that are affecting or are impacting the government sector. So join us for this, and let's see how we can learn together. Then towards the end of the year, that's in September, we have the Africa InsurTech Forum. Don't miss it. We have then the Hospitality Industry Forum on the 13th of October. Then, of course, our signature events, that's a Innovation and the CIO 100 events are coming up in November. Again, to connect the different pieces of what we do. And remember, CIO 100 applications, they begin early in the year. So they begin around March, April. So look out and please register or apply to be considered, or to be considered for the CIO 100 award. Then please remember to subscribe to the CIO Africa magazine. We depend on you to do that, and also we want you to know what is going on. We curate this magazine for you, so please support us in that. Pick your magazine. You can subscribe. You can talk to us, and we'll be able to give you. We'll be able to give you the copy of the magazine. We also have merchandise, that we sell using the CIO logos. So if you're interested in that, please go ahead and talk to us. We have that in store for you. Last but not least is a network. We create these events so that you can network. So please use the platform to network. The platform has a lot of features. You can talk to your fellow participants. You can speak to some of the partners that we have on board. So use the platform to network. And later on, we're going to do a poll where we want you to tell us what kind of events are you looking at. You know, people are going back to the office, others are doing hybrid. There's a lot of shifting because of the pandemic. So please just tell us what kind of events you're looking for, what makes sense to you. Then you know, we'll be able to align those events so that you're able to participate effectively. Some people don't want to attend physical events, some people want to attend virtual events, some people want to attend virtual events, some people want to attend hybrid events. So let's just figure out what works for you so that we can create something that is for you. We don't do these events for ourselves, we do them for you. Then of course, remember to tweet. The handle for this year for the event is CIO Year Ahead. Hashtag CIO Year Ahead. Please tweet, post, do whatever you do on social media. I'm told TikTok is a big thing now, so do a video of TikTok. I don't know how they do it. I need to learn, but just do something on social media and tag us so that we can tell the world what is happening around technology in the new year. And with those few remarks, I want to say thank you for coming. I want to thank our partners. I want to thank the team for putting this together, and I hope that you'll enjoy the content and get something out of it this year. Thank you very much and have a good day. I'll see you later, but have a good day.
Employee disengagement has clear impact on three key pillars: business revenue, employee attrition, as well as the company culture. While a decrease in productivity can cause loss of revenue, it can also result in employee burnouts, leading to attrition. The survey from HBR also points to the fact that engaged teams are 17% more productive, they show less turnover, and have greater profitability. Most important of all, disengaged employees can negatively impact the brand image for the company. Having seen the impact, let us look into what the survey findings talk about the role of technology in employee engagement. We all today have the millennial workforce working for us, right? And the millennial workforce today expects consumer world-like experience with workplace technology as well. The survey goes to highlight this aspect, with 91% citing higher technology expectations compared to a decade earlier.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Hari, for just giving us also the plan of events that are going to happen in the course of the year. We're looking forward, and I'm confident that each and every one of us will be able to log into that, and we want to participate and be involved in the number of events that are going to be there. So we're looking forward to the same. So thank you so much, Hari. We totally appreciate that. All right, so we're going to have some merchandise, all right, that can also, yes, we are going to have some merchandise for you. You can be able to see some of the things that we have in store for you also on the screen. We have the jackets in there. We've got the lovely headphones that are going to be in place, also in the iPods that are also there. The magazines that you can be able to make sure that you get a copy. So please, definitely you can be able to have this merchandise. Let's stay branded because we believe in the vision and also in the mantra of CIO Africa. This is wonderful merchandise. And as an MC, I will make sure that I come and I stay branded the next time I'm stepping on the stage. So thank you so much. And now we also want to go into the next speaker, who is our keynote speaker. His name is Anil Sahai. He is also a man who is very well when it comes to tech strategy and also product development at Midway Growth Partners. We are glad to have him here with us as a keynote speaker as he takes us through the next session. So thank you very much, and over to you, Anil, as you break it down for us. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Ian, for a great introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Anil Sahai from San Jose, California, and I'm very happy to be here to talking about metaverse. Really the next frontier. It's kind of a second life. So metaverse is here, life and business of tomorrow, and we need to understand what metaverse is. Actually, all this concept started with this novel by Neil Stephenson, Snow Crash. This is around 1992, and the idea is that this creating a world of virtual entities, and actually it's a convergence of virtually enhanced physical and digital reality. And what you provide is that once you have this virtual world, all entities are virtual, but it provides you a very immersed experience. You are like kind of a part of it. And once you are a part of it in this world, there are virtual factories, virtual people, virtual schools, virtual tennis courts, virtual business organizations, virtual malls, and you can do trades there. You can construct buildings, you can do developments, you can do inspections, and it's a huge virtual social experience. And actually, if you think of internet, presently we interact with the internet, with internet being in front of us on a screen. And what metaverse gives you is that you're inside the internet. So imagine yourself inside this world where you have got these virtual entities all around you, and you are moving about, and you are experiencing the wind, you are experiencing the temperature, you're experiencing the sounds, you're experiencing people coming and moving left, right, and you are doing things. And actually, the research shows that 25% of the people will spend more than an hour every day in metaverse in a couple of years. So just think about that the world is coming to where we will be spending 25% of our life in the metaverse, in this virtual world where they are virtual entities. So what things you can really do in metaverse? You can purchase outfits and accessories for online avatars. You can do digital transactions. You can buy virtual homes, virtual lands. You can go to malls. You can buy stuff there. You can go into a classroom and have learning experience. You can talk to a teacher. You can interact with your colleagues and students and learn new things. You can go to malls. You can even have places where you can buy digital arts, even non-fungible token arts, and assets. And you can also have digital interaction with other employees, customer service, sales, marketing. So suddenly this whole world is kind of metamorphed into a digital world where you are experiencing that and brings everything to you. So you don't necessarily have to travel to places, but you can do it today inside the virtual world. And the great thing is that presently, I'm sure that many of you have experienced the Oculus and the virtual cameras and the 3D experiences you get, and there are many solutions available, virtual games and so on. But what metaverse is that it puts everything together into one central place where all these solutions are there, and you can move from one solution into another solution seamlessly. And that's what metaverse provides. It's a kind of a accumulation of all these digital solutions. So what are the elements of metaverse? This is digital currency is there. You can do social concerts. There are digital humans. There's a workplace. There's a mall. There's device independence. It doesn't matter where you are. So actually, if you think about metaverse, it's a seamless convergence of technologies, activities, and experience, which you can really enjoy. So what are the building blocks? How do you really make metaverse? Well, metaverse, if you look from our technology perspective, so there are some hardware building blocks, for example, IoT sensors, 5G providing very high bandwidth with low latency. The IoT sensors provide you all kind of monitoring information from any place and anywhere in the world. There's a cloud computing, which lets you store all the information virtually. You don't have to worry about where it is, and you can scale it. You don't have to go and buy additional hardware, but in real time, whenever you need more, you can get more. That's the kind of the cloud computing provides you that. And the VR headsets and glasses, which helps you to get this immersive experience so that you can feel yourself to be inside this virtual world or virtual internet. And then there are software hardware blocks also. I mean, the AI really helps the improvements in user interaction. AI helps you to be able to do things which you can just think, which you can just sense. So the AI automatically figures out what things you like to do, what are your likes, what are your dislikes, who you want to like to interact, and find things for you according to your taste. And what this also provides you is automation for tasks, products, and services, because now you have got softwares available which will let you take products and services and tasks which you want to do, and it provides a very nice vehicle to do that. And the 3D content import, editing, and creation, that's again building block for your metaverse. Location mapping, suddenly you are no longer private citizen, you're no longer wherever you move with a smartphone, your location, your position is always already tracked. And then the digital simulation gets you practice and optimize real world tasks. For example, if you want to play tennis, you can improve your tennis by just getting into a metaverse where you can play tennis. You want to play basketball, you want to have an experience of learning how to drive a car, you can do that. You want to fly a plane, you can do that. So all the experiences which you want to have in the real world, you can go into the metaverse, try it out there without fearing for any physical loss or whatever, but still have the same experience like you will have in the real world tasks. So it's a great thing. So and this metaverse evolution and adoption is having a much faster rate. It's very, very quick. And the world is coming into that where metaverse will be here, and we need to get prepared for it. So what is the status of metaverse? Well, the adoption of technology is there, but it's still nascent and fragmented. I'm sure you have heard of companies like Microsoft getting into it. Facebook obviously has changed even its name to Meta. So it's a great kind of evolution and transition towards that. And NVIDIA, hardware company, is providing the right hardware, graphic chips and graphic boards to give you the best experience for being in the metaverse. So given that, but still they are not very well integrated or seamless integrated, and that is the hope, that is the goal. And because of that, the investments also have been kind of sporadic, and investments have been in isolated, or not isolated, but in fragmented cases. For example, VR and augmented reality, so many solutions are there. In long term, obviously, Meta, Facebook, Microsoft, Google, NVIDIA, everybody is into it. Digital currency, Bitcoin, crypto, all these things are already there. So we are kind of almost getting to the realization of metaverse. But there are risks also. I mean, it's adoption risks. I mean, how many people are going to adopt to it and so on. And then again, what APIs we will need for this seamless integration of technologies within metaverse. Privacy, how your location, how your information is going to be shared, whether you're going to compromise that, what kind of security problems it will create, and so on. There's obviously a risk of technologies, whether we can build technologies fast enough and robust enough that it can provide you a real metaverse. What are the legal implications of this, and so on, right? But the thing is, life in future is shaping today. This is going to be the life, and we need to, it's almost like when Wright brothers made the first plane, it flew only 200 yards at 15 feet height, altitude, whereas now you have planes where it can go like 20 hours non-stop, and inside the plane you can have shower, movies, breakfast, lunch, or whatever, 300 people, right? So the things are really kind of moving. Business opportunity. So what the metaverse really gives you for us, for us as we are here, the business leaders and the CTOs, technology leaders, and so on. So it gives you basically opportunities in almost every sphere of life. For example, education and training. You can imagine if you have metaverse where you can provide a real world experience of education training, where people can experience and learn much faster and experience almost a real life thing. And since it is in technology based, you're going to have an absolute scalability and improvement, right, which you can provide. So especially in African context, I think this could be a great opportunity where you can provide education and training through metaverse. Yeah, so in healthcare, for example, right? I mean, presently we have to take an appointment with a doctor and then go and stand in the line and then see him. Whereas in metaverse, you could enter this virtual hospital, meet a virtual doctor who can give you consultation and examine you, take tests of you, and so on. You can have virtual events, and it can save so much cost for you. For example, even this presentation, which I'm doing from Silicon Valley, and you all are all over the world, especially all over places in Africa, right? Shopping, you can go into these virtual malls, you can try out like a shirt or a tie or shoes and make a purchase, and you can have a real world experience. In workplace, Microsoft has already started doing that. There virtually you can have meetings and share documents. You can walk around a table and see the notes which somebody is writing and so on, and without you going any place, just sitting at your home, for example. And then in social media also, just imagine having a 3D dimensional avatars, and you doing interaction, walking around in a team, walking around in a room, walking around outside a house and sort of meeting with each other, greeting, playing with each other, and so on. And this global metaverse market, believe it or not, was $22 billion in 2020, and it's going to grow at 41.7% annually until 2030. So you can imagine how much business opportunities this is going to create. So what are really metaverse takeaway? I mean, this is there, right? So it's a virtual world of physical and digital reality. It provides you digital transactions and enhanced social experience through, immersed experience, and it's enabled through seamless technology. So that's what metaverse is. What are the business opportunities? Absolutely humongous, and they are in almost every industry, starting with healthcare, starting with education, training, shopping, events, transportation, social media. Is everywhere you can see the application of metaverse, where there are business opportunities to provide products and services and make money. And obviously, this all is going to be also providing enhanced customer experience and efficiency. So, and we have to be planning for metaverse. So kind of the third thing is, yes, there's a huge opportunity now, but to tap on that opportunity, you have to plan for metaverse. You should very carefully plan how will you take this technology to your business strategy. What is the navigation? How would you do it? What kind of systems you will need? What kind of value will you create when you take this into your business? And the second thing is, how will you take your business and enter into a metaverse? Because now when you get into a metaverse and you are doing your business, your rules have changed because other competition has changed and everybody is watching you. And there is more transparency there. So we need to change our business models a little bit. So there has to be careful planning and navigation. And then finally, what are really the challenges in metaverse? The challenges in adopting to metaverse, this is obviously you have technology risks, you have investment risks, whether the people are going to invest money into this or so on. And also, remember, it's also going to create possibly a digital divide because metaverse is still requires some technology to become a part of it, and which means that people who do not have access to technology, they may be left behind. So it's almost like what happened with the internet, where internet became accessible to now almost most people in the world, but it took time because you needed First you needed computer, then it came to laptops, then it came to iPhones and smartphones and mobile devices. And I think the metaverse, the same thing. You will need VR headphones, VR audio speakers or whatever, but then we have to find time, we have to find evolution where we can make metaverse also available to people who do not have much access to technology. And that is the kind of the fear of digital divide which it could create. But it certainly creates a huge, huge business opportunity of billions and billions of dollars where we can participate. So I mean, at the end, metaverse actually is giving you the future of life, what it's going to be. And it is here, it is happening as we see it. So let's plan and let's embrace it. This is something which is going to create so many opportunities for us. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One question that has been pondering on my mind is, especially when we're talking about digitally enabled farmers, are they able to use those platforms to be able to reach their customers and also to sell their produce? I'm right here in the studio and I have my lemons that have been delivered here to me. And I'm confident that this is a platform that needs a very heavy discussion, especially when we're talking about farmers and their produce and also their customers. How well are they able to just have that visibility and reach their clients? I am definitely a very proud and glad customer of having used the online platform to get my lovely lemons here at the studio. So we want to get into this discussion, and I know that is only Hari Hare, chairman and publisher at CIO Africa, who can be able to delve into this, and I'm confident that he has a lovely panel that can be able to get into this discussion. So as you sit back and relax and work from home, you can be able to enjoy this kind of comfort. Thank you, and over to you, Hare, as you take over the discussion. Asante.
Thank you, Ian. Again, energy for 20 people, but this time with a plate of lemons, which he ordered online. That's his story. I don't know how true it is, but that's his story. Yeah. So anyway, so we have an interesting topic about the digital farmer. We believe that technology can really enable the farmer to have the best yield and therefore creates food security in our continent. And to discuss this and just the impact of technology within the agricultural sector, I have a noble, solid panel of people who are ground, as they say, on the ground, people who are doing stuff within the agricultural sector. And these are the guys I'm gonna bring on board and have a discussion with them so that we can try and figure out how farmers are using tech or how tech can be used by farmers to increase our yield and therefore productivity. So bring my panelists, please, so that we can introduce them to the audience. There they are. So thank you, guys. Hey, John. Hey, Evans. Hey, Imelda. How are you guys doing?
We're good. I'm good.
Awesome.
Hi,
awesome.
Harry.
Hi. Please, Imelda, just introduce yourself and who you work for and your interest in agriculture and tech.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I hope we are enjoying the first session of this forum. My name is Imelda Ngunzu. I work for MasterCard within what we call strategic growth. This is a global team that looks after digitizing ecosystems within the bottom of pyramid, of course, with very big interest in agriculture as one of the main sectors that feed most of our economies in emerging markets. I'm the market development lead for Kenya, looking after some of our partners and trying to figure out how we map the products that we innovate around this sector and scale them to make sense to the end user, in this case, the smallholder farmer. Happy to be here.
Awesome. And we are happy to have you on board as well. And by the way, congratulations on your award. I know you won an award last year. You can tell people what you did, but later. Okay, thank you, and congratulations on that.
Thank you, Harry.
Yeah. John, just quick introduction. I know you're somewhere out in a different county, somewhere far away from here. Tell us about what you do and your interest in agriculture and tech. We can't hear you. I think you're muted, John.
Sorry, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Excellent. So my name is John Muthe. I'm the founder and managing director of what is primarily a market research company. We basically are tracking what farmers are buying as inputs, agriculture inputs for their business. We look at farmers as business people, and therefore it is important to be able to see what is it that they use as agriculture input for their production, as it were. So we do this through a national panel in Kenya, where we're working with agro dealers on a monthly basis. We collect information as to what did the farmers actually buy. We put it together, and we're basically being able to get insights around the decisions that the farmers are making. So we're not necessarily linked directly with the farmer, but we do now know what are the decisions they're making around their inputs. So it is actually for us a different sector, because most of the time we find that there's a lot more focus around the farmer, but not where they're buying their inputs from. We think this is important because agro-dealers are an important source of information. So yeah, very happy to be here. And obviously for us, technology is a critical component in what we do. And we'd be happy to talk through about that later.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you very much. Evans?
Hi, how are you? My name is Evans. I'm the founder of Kilimoguru Limited. This is a startup enterprise that works with small-scale farmers in Kenya to help them maximize their farm yields through soil testing, farm monitoring, analytics, and also giving them agricultural insights. This is something that I really wanted to do from an early age. Having folks who are farmers and growing up in a village, and you go back home and their story paints the same picture. They're not able to maximize their production. They don't have higher income, and they feel like power has been taken away from them, maybe by middlemen, and going all the way to the end consumers. So through our company, we are working with also providers of farm inputs, because a large aspect of farm monitoring and soil testing, you find most farmers want to know where they can find their farm inputs. And so to add on what John was saying, is just to make sure that they are getting farm inputs from a reliable provider, and giving them agricultural insights to be able to make decisions on where to sell and how to plant their crops and all that, basically saving cost and maximizing profits. So we are working with a couple of farmers in 7 counties, precisely over 1,500 to date. And apart from that, I also mentor SMEs and come up with projects that seek to create resilient businesses and create employment, especially in the agricultural sector during this period amidst the pandemic. Looking forward to the conversation and sharing more in the session.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much, Evans, for that. And you know, it's always gratifying to find people that are so deeply entrenched into the community that they serve. So working with the farmers at that level is really amazing and interesting. In fact, I'm coming back to you, Evans, and just try and make us understand what is driving the emergence of the digital farmer. Why are farmers looking for digital solutions?
Yeah. So we have, I think, a couple of issues that are driving emergence of the digital farmer. Last year, we had the COP 2026 summit, which was focusing on the effects of climate change. We have also the United Nations, which is it gives like a statistics on how the world is growing, and so as a result of this, we have less arable land for farming and cultivation. We also have large fluctuations in commodity markets. And I think a good example to give is just recently when we had that KFC, they were not taking potatoes from Kenya. And this is because I think there's need for traceability from the farmers, from the producers, all the way to the consumers. And so these are societal demands for agriculture to become more environmentally sustainable. And there's also an increase in demand for sufficient food. And farmers, consumers want to be able to know that the products that they're consuming are okay. And so all these factors are things that are making or driving the emergence of the digital farmer to be able to use the easiest way to produce a huge impact. And so a huge part of it is also dependent on sustainable production, which will be achieved not only managing the economic factors, but also focusing on things such as soil fertility, soil erosion, how to land use, and crop protection. So all these issues, we've seen a lot of startups coming up with the technologies to be able to measure all these conditions and all these wealth. We have a new wealth of data for farmers so that they can be able to achieve all this. And as you see, most of the marketing that is happening is that you find a farmer who is using this technology, and you'd also want to adopt it because it's bringing income for them. So all these factors are driving the digital farmer. If you're not using technology right now, technology will use you in that way.
Okay. Imelda, do you have anything to add on to that?
Yes, I think he makes a very good point in that there is emergence of the digitally enabled solutions that farmers can take advantage of, and we've seen quite a trend where now farmers are aware that there is this and there's this, and I guess it's because there's a lot of companies now, both startup, private sector, and even big payments organizations that are really putting out their innovations to help the smallholder farmer or even the commercial farmer, take advantage of technology. So we cannot, we see this, and every time we go to the villages to speak to the farming communities, they'll tell you that, oh, I was an agent in this, technology that was innovated by this company. So there's a lot of that, especially in the input and the output marketplace. So farmers are aware now that they can access input services digitally. They are aware that they can actually push out their produces to the output marketplace digitally. So this is helping a lot. But also I think there is also the awareness or the interest for the smallholder farmer to move from just subsistence to commercial farming. And this can be given credit also to policymakers, where a lot has been done, especially in the Kenyan context, to say, why are we just, farming as a hobby? And I know, Harry, we talk a lot about, the WhatsApp farmer. These things are real. They may look little, but they have a really big impact on how that messaging and that perception is being pushed even to what we call the digital illiterate farmers. So there's those two things that I can talk about that I've seen. And farmers are starting to ask, okay, so if I want to actually produce a little bit more so that I sell a bit and I keep a little bit for my family to eat, what do I need to do? What input services do I need to access? What companies do I need to work with? Do I need credit? And then this all forms this opportunity for players in the market to, to start developing solutions in the digital arena to solve for such emerging opportunities.
Okay. Interesting take there. John? What does your research tell you?
Yes. Maybe just to re-emphasize the point that I think, we did have at some time ago people called extension officers, and they were critical in terms of advising.
Yes.
And that role has not been replaced. And I think technology is fitting right there to be able to help the farmers really access information. And I think that's really is the sort of like main driver for the farmers to actually adopt, because therefore, what else do you have as an alternative?
Very interesting. So basically, the extension officer, that was a very, very powerful person within the villages, has sort of been replaced by technology. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So looking at still at the farmer level, and maybe even this might be your question more than John or Imelda, but Imelda, I know you can respond to this. Is what technologies are you seeing on the ground that are enabling these digital farmers? What are the technologies? What are we seeing? Are you seeing, for instance, metaverse?
Yeah. So the thing is, I think in Kenya we have farmers. So farmers, the agricultural market is highly fragmented. We've seen like 80% of our production is from small scale farmers, and so in more commercial farmers. And part of these, most of these startups on the ground, you'll find they're using remote sensors to be able to capture data from the farmers, be it in terms of their soil parameters. There are so many of them, but now remote sensors, satellites, I've not yet seen things like drones in Kenya, but with remote sensors, we can be able to monitor the plant health, soil conditions, temperatures, nitrogen, and all these factors in 24/7. And we have also seen artificial intelligence tools which give an overwhelming amount of data to be able to analyze it at higher speeds and funnel it back to the farmer in form of useful insights. And this is what we do, being able to analyze this data and giving it back to the farmer in a way that they can be able to understand and take corrective action to maximize their produce. So for farmers, that's technology that I've been able to see on the ground, basically devices communicating with each other to help the farmer understand their conditions more better. Also, something else is to be able to give the farmer a historical record of their farm. And we have dashboards where a farmer can see their previous trends, sales, and all that. And because of this, they can be able to also look ahead. So they have insight and they can be able to foresee the amount of produce they are going to see. Also, I think something else that I've been able to see is farmers using these platforms to be able to quantify demand. So some farmers will be able to tell you, I will be having this amount of produce and I will be selling it somewhere because there's already some little, I think there's a shift in technology on where farmers can be able to sell their products. So that's for producers. I think largely for consumers, it's IoT devices and to be able to track supply chain and trace the products back to the farm.
Imelda, from a like global or Africa level, do you see the same things?
Yeah. I think we have a long way to go to get to the metaverse, but we'll make use of what we have now. If you think about I think, like Evans is saying, Kenya tends to be a little bit ahead in terms of the tech that's built and adopted, especially in the farming communities. But if you cross your way to Tanzania and Uganda, you start to get some I won't call them weird challenges, but some specific challenges like lack of identity, right? And we want to talk about a platform, for example, the tech that Evans is talking about, IoT, and we've seen emergence of AVR solutions that are very intelligent and can actually translate content as an extension service to local languages, right? But then how do you identify that the farmers that you're trying to target are the right farmers? So because of lack of some of these tools, like we have in Kenya, we have a very robust ID system, then you have to try and think through how does that work exactly on the context of a country like Uganda that doesn't have an established ID system. So you start to think about digital identity, some solutions we've seen that can identify the farmer and keep a record of their hashed, biometric sensor in a data privacy and responsible way. So there's a lot of these things that are happening. The thing is, and the biggest challenge is to the likes of Evans as we build tech is how do we utilize the use cases that we're building? So we build tech to solve a particular use case. How do we then look at these use cases and the tech that we've built to merge them in some sort of crowdsourcing of services that the farmer can access and get all the services at once? So I talk that as a build-up to the IoT and tech and the extension challenge that also John has thrown to us to say we are very fragmented also in the way we're building the tech, solving particular use cases, but there's an opportunity for us to also look at crowding all this tech together in some sort of a platform that can give a better value to the farmer.
Interesting. Yeah, the identity thing is it's always a problem when when you're dealing with especially large communities where you have to deliver a certain service and you need to monitor and know what has gone where. I was being told some time back that the reason why we have vaccinations. So like, I don't know if you guys remember, there's always that vaccination week where the government just decides they're vaccinating every kid with BCG. The reason why they were doing that is because they didn't know who has been vaccinated and who has not been vaccinated. So that ID, so just so that we don't miss anyone, let's just vaccinate everyone. So yeah.
And Harry, the thing is, then it plays into the context of the culture and the behavioral functionality of the farmers as part of a larger community. So we talk about this and we say you identify the farmer and you try to solve for them, but you also must remember that they also play a role in the community in other ways, like they're a patient. They are also a father or a parent to a teacher going to school. So even as we look at those challenges, they say, should we vaccinate everybody? You have also to think about then how are you solving the other problems that go beyond the farm for these farmers? So then you can also attract them to the digital behavior or way of life. So it's a larger conversation that goes beyond the farm.
I agree. We can discuss this the whole day. I know. John, do you have anything to add on to that?
Yeah, well, I think one of the challenges is around products. Based on our statistics, the farmers actually have over 18,000 SKUs that they can choose from over the last 1.5 years. That's what we've tracked in the Kenyan market. So it's a lot of information, and what sort of information do they have to actually select the products that they're using? So yeah, sorry to throw in sandbag you a little bit more on that particular.
That's a big number, and yeah, you can be lost in the maze of the different SKUs. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. You say that. Yeah. Okay, so. One of the things that people have been talking about, and please, producer, if there are any questions, please send them to me so that from the audience, so that if we can ask the panelists, because we have only 5 minutes to go. So one of the things that has been happening is, the pandemic. I think the pandemic is still with us, but I don't know. I'm confused about this, but. A lot of people were saying technology, digital services really transformed sectors. Do you think the pandemic also sort of catalyzed the transformation of the agricultural sector? Maybe we can start with you, John.
I think one of the things that was really unique, so yeah, well, the pandemic is still with us, but I think what we're having is, the lockdowns are not with us. But I think looking back at 2020, one of the key things around agriculture in Kenya was really the good rainfall pattern that was there at that particular period of time. And that really catalyzed agriculture. In addition to that, what we saw was there was a lot of movement around people working from home and people who are spending more time within the rural areas who are actually now, as it were, on the ground, and basically they tended to have more digital exposure. I think I would be able to say yes, it actually did, but I think what we had was a slightly newer farmer who came into the market. But when these new guys left, went back to the urban areas or to their usual work areas, I think, you still have the same farmer who remained behind. And I think for me, I think there's been, I would probably say it wasn't the event, but I would say within the technology space, there is more of a gradual uptake around the uptake of solutions that the digital technology is actually offering them. So that's how I see it. I don't think it was, I think we have to look at it from the scope of, like the people who engage in farming throughout, not the usual. I went in and I stayed there for 9 months and I had, all this time, and I spent some time looking after the farm, and the output was good. Fair enough. But if we compare 2020 second half of the year and 2021 second half of the year, in terms of investment of agriculture input, there was a drop of about 5 billion Kenya shillings. And that's really was driven because of a difference in terms of rainfall patterns. So I think the way I would see technology in terms of this is more of more of a gradual awareness, and that awareness, is it actually translating into use? I think we will be able to see, as Ivan says, once we start seeing farmers taking control on the marketing of their products and actually demanding a lot of some of these issues. Yeah, so that's my feedback, Harry.
Okay, thank you. Very well put there. So what I'm going to do now is, Imelda, you can respond to this, but as you're doing that, also make your concluding remarks, because the director is screaming in my ear that I need to get out of the studio. So Imelda.
Yeah, I think to add on to what John has said is also the need for service providers across both sectors, the government, the private sector, and also the NGOs, trying to find a way to reach the smallholder farmer digitally. I think this has been a catalyst during the pandemic, because the government is thinking we can't have our extension officers or agriculture officers traveling every so often to the communities, but we still need to provide services to these farmers. The same way as input providers, so there has been that push of what do we do more technologically to serve the farmers, and so innovate around, mass market solutions that can help deliver these services. So I think that has been a catalyst. We've seen, especially in our sector, a lot of development organizations reaching out to us to say, oh, we have this program in Kigali that we've been running pretty much manually. Do you have tech that can help us do this better? So I think there has been an increase, uptake, both push from service providers and also farmers demanding for these services digitally. In my closing remarks, Harry, I think what I would like to say is there's a lot of tech being built, and John has alluded to the big number he's given us. The thing is, how do we work together as players to provide better service and taking advantage of economies of scale. So I don't go and build tech that, Evans has already built. So there's a lot of fragmentation in the innovation side of things, especially in ag. And it's not easy to touch the smallholder farmer. They provide around 80% of the food we eat globally, but then they are not high consuming in terms of the money they can spend. So how do we make commercially sustainable solutions that are not pushing down on their margins that they barely have, but then still provide them service? And my answer has always been collaboration and partnership. So I think we need to partner more, we need to collaborate more, and eventually it's not a short road to digitizing the farmer. It's long and tiring, but we'll get there.
Okay. Evans, you've got 30 seconds.
Thank you. I think there's a lot of things that are happening in the agricultural sector and digital transformation. And one key thing, as Imelda said and John, is that agriculture, when COVID hit, it was the only, one of the few sectors that recorded a growth in the economy, and it cushioned even Kenya's economy from slumping deeper. And we need more collaboration because most I think from my experience and is that most farmers are doing farming maybe as an activity. Most small scale farmers, it's not something that they've seen as a business. And adopting technology, we have to accept that technology is ahead of the farmer. So we need to create more awareness so that farmers can be able now to take up this technology and so that they can see the benefit of it. So you need to sit down with the farmer, help them see that this is an investment you're making, and these are the returns that you will get. And all these metrics and data will play a key and huge role in making that transformation.
Excellent. John, your closing remarks in 30 seconds.
Okay. Well, I think it's been said, I think the big challenge that we have is what stories are we telling around the digital transformation in ag space, and how are we telling those stories? And I think that's what we really need to be able to do, is to track the use as well as the outputs and give positive stories so that there is encouragement. We all know that word of mouth is actually the strongest influencer, especially in the villages. And so we really need to find a way of making sure that that communication happens, and so that we can actually be able to make sure that the positive impact that this technology would deliver actually gets to the farmer.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. You've been awesome. You've been amazing. A lot of insights there for our attendees. And I think there's a lot of take home there, which I'm not going to try and summarize because I haven't been able to write. But thank you so much. And we really appreciate your time. So thank you very, very much. Back to our audience, that you have it. Agriculture tech is going into agriculture. This is one of those industries that or sectors that we sort of don't think much when we're thinking tech, but tech, I think, is going to have a big impact in the agricultural sector. And as you heard from the experts, this is happening. So let's see what solutions we can bring down to the farmer, and let's help them use technology in a sustainable and profitable way. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day.
So what we do as a regulator is we undertake benchmarks on the best regulatory practices, implement standards such as the Commonwealth Standard on OTTs, undertake law and policy reform to address emerging digital technologies, invest in capacity building and awareness, as well as engage in structured stakeholder collaborations and partnerships. So in Kenya, the regulatory framework is based on various laws, including the Constitution of Kenya. We have the Kenya Information and Communications Act, We have 16 sets of regulations. These regulations include frequency management, postal and courier services, broadcasting services, competition aspects, consumers, and tariffs.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Hari and the lovely panel. And we totally agree that technology has a role to play when it comes into the agricultural sector. As you can see, there's a bit of size disruption. I'm actually wearing Stacey's size and she's wearing my hoodie. So we just wanted to showcase this is the lovely merchandise that we have here at CIO Africa. You can be able to make sure that you can get your jacket, your hoodie, especially when the weekend is coming up. You want to stay warm as you go through your many errands. Make sure that you can be able to get the hoodie and get the jackets that are there. We have so much in store for you. And also we want to remind you that you can be able to get the lovely magazine and also the upcoming events. Just keep yourself abreast. Keep yourself abreast with what's happening and the activities that are in store for you. So definitely make sure that you plug in all this. You can be able to get this information once you go to www.cioafrica.co. All right, fantastic. Okay, thank you so much. So make sure that you get your lovely merchandise. I am standing here branded to the bone and marrow, and I am proud to have such a lovely branded jacket right here. Thank you so much. So we want to go into our next speaker, who is going to come and carry over the conversation. This is none other than Shaukat Ali. He is the CIO at Aga Khan University Hospital. One thing that you need to understand about Shaukat is that he is responsible for all the ICT systems and services across Aga Khan University, global portfolio and hospitals, medical centers and university locations in Asia, Africa and the United Kingdom. So he's got vast experience when it comes to production and infrastructure, when it comes to IT, all the way from Denmark. And also he's been a global senior IT infrastructure architect for the network infrastructure and now serves more than 42,000 employees in over 80 countries worldwide. We are glad to have Shaukat here with us, and over to you as you take us through this particular discussion. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Jan, for inviting me here, and thank you, CIO Africa, for this opportunity to speak today. Let me share my screen and then we can take from there. So our today's topic is COVID-19 influence on business models. And my name is, as Yuan mentioned, Shaukat Ali Khan. Let me just talk a little bit about the organization I belong to. So I work for the Aga Khan University, which is part of the Aga Khan Development Network. We're operating in around 35 countries with over 100,000 employees. And out of that, around over 30,000 employees are in Africa, actually. And these are some of our major projects where we work on museums, academies, universities, in 2 big universities in 9 countries. And then a lot of our investments are in Africa. Aga Khan University in Nairobi, in Dar, in Kampala, and then many other places. And Aga Khan Development Network is there to improve the quality of life of all the people wherever we are operating. And Aga Khan University, I will just give you a little bit of introduction. Aga Khan University is part of Aga Khan Development Network. We are operating in 6 countries. That includes Pakistan, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and Afghanistan, and also United Kingdom. We are operating 7 big hospitals, including the big hospital in Nairobi, and then also 350 healthcare centers. That means we are present in 350 locations around the world in these 6 countries. In addition to all the hospitals, we are also offering bachelor's, master's, and PhD degree programs in 5 countries. In addition, we have a private examination board, and then we are operating a big private hospital in Afghanistan. As we all recall that within the 2 years, actually, the entire business model has been changed, driven by the COVID and all the challenges from the COVID. So what happened? What is the impact? It was, as we all know, that the rising of COVID cases, lockdown and travel restrictions, that means reduced productivity, disruption in in-person meetings, and then all the uncertainty that we have been facing towards. What that translates into our, from our point of view as a university, we have hospitals, so that means patients, we have university, that means students. So patient reluctant to visit hospitals, this was our biggest challenge. Delay in routine diagnostic tests, physical classes suspended, and then from the employee and regulatory point of view, restriction on in-person meetings, high infection rate in hospital staff, compliance to new regulations, and then data requirements by health authorities and lack of awareness in staff. So we were facing all these challenges, and the only way forward was by using technology to mitigate some of these challenges, and that's how we decided at AKU to go on with. So, for example, we initiated a lot of activities to mitigate government restrictions on in-person meetings. We enabled the work from home part. We enabled more than 7,000 colleagues through VPN connectivity, so that they can work from home through Zoom and the Microsoft Teams. With regards to increased infections in hospital staff, we established COVID-19 management for employee portal. That means that we actually developed a health status reporting mechanism where we were doing the absence and quarantine management through a application called Sihat Check. And then for the data requirements by health authorities, we did a real-time reporting of COVID-19 infections, mortalities, and then recoveries to regulators on a real-time basis. And then interaction and appreciation of frontline workers. We were arranging virtual leadership rounds, workstation on wheel via video conferencing facilities through Zoom and Microsoft. So we enabled continuity of work online through technological tools, data-driven decision-making through provision of real-time reporting. And then from the point of view, from the employees and regulators point of view, we were actually during the mid of all the pandemic, we were doing the JCIA audit also, which is one of the most important accreditation in the health services, and we enabled JCIA accreditation via virtual survey, uninterrupted connectivity, and high resolution video conferencing to facilitate virtual tours, online surveyors sessions, live tracers, document evaluations. Everything was actually done through an online means. And then we run a lot of COVID-19 awareness programs that includes facilitated over 30 webinars and with over 10,000 health specialists nationwide, and where we provided video conferencing functionality for a series of COVID-19 awareness sessions to doctors, nurses, and paramedical staff. And then for the national crisis on availability of expert opinion, because we are operating tertiary hospitals, so there is a lot of expectations from AKU. So we enabled the tele-ICU, which means that enable 24/7 tele-ICU service with hotline number and then video conferencing facilities, enabling government hospitals to seek expert advice and then monitor ICU patients. So these were some of mitigations we actually experienced, and then we are still using through technology to mitigate all those challenges and then restrictions from the point of view. With regards to engagement with patients and students, because elective patient reluctant to visit the hospital, this was the big challenge. So we developed a family Hifazat app, which is running in one of our biggest hospitals at the moment, which actually gives online clinic appointments, payment facilities, provider and patient portal, online request and medication delivery. So without coming to the hospitals, our patients were able to interact with the physicians so that they can get their day-to-day checkups and then their advices. With regards to deferment in routine diagnostic tests, then we enabled the online access to retrieve phlebotomy requests, medical records, diagnostic test results, everything we put them on online to continue the services from the hospitals. And then we have seen a lot of hesitation in visiting hospitals physically. For that, we enabled the tele-consultations, enabled the connection between doctors and patients through teleconsults and mobile video conferencing, and we were using WhatsApp and Zoom most of the time. And with regards to all our students, because they were not able to do the face-to-face or physical education, so we introduced and actually expanded significantly distance learning programs by enabling online classes, and then the launch of MS Teams for communication and then collaboration point of view. And then you can see we introduced a lot of applications so that patients can interact with their physicians, students can interact with the faculty, and then we had for our internal use, we introduced an employee COVID-19 dashboard where we were monitoring about the status of all the employees, about how they are doing, if they are fit for work, and if they are unfit for work, then what needs to be done so they can everything was communicated online to ensure that we can control the spread of COVID within the organization. And then we had a mechanism where we introduced another applications to actually monitor the outbreak. We call it disease outbreak dashboard, where on a real-time basis we were getting the information about what type of virus our patients or the patients we are monitoring they have, and then reporting on a continuous basis, on a real-time basis. So we implemented a lot of all these type of different applications to make sure that we are continuing our operations, we are continuing our business. That means that we are giving services to our patients. At the same time, we are giving education to our students all over. And all this was done through a very dedicated team. So I just want to run a small video to give you an overall perspective of what type of team we are operating and then what type of skill sets we have and who are actually behind all this technological speed or technological roadmap we have, and then the way we have executed to mitigate all the challenges in this pandemic time. So let me just introduce a little bit about my team and then how we are operating.
At the Information Technology Division of Aga Khan University, we are focusing on three important factors. First is our people and then their ongoing capacity building. The second part is continuous improvement of our processes based on the international best practices. And third one is implementing new technologies or emerging technologies, where we introduce new tools and systems across our campuses and hospitals around the world.
We support all the infrastructure, operations, hardware, network, storage systems, servers, and the facilities that we have within Aga Khan University and hospital.
The Global Solution and Innovation team is responsible for implementing and maintaining all software solutions across all AKU entities.
I'm responsible for ICT in the region, covering the 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. My staff consists of about 57 staff spread across the 3 countries.
It gives me great, immense pleasure that I am part of this EHR implementation with my 7 members. And out of the 7 members, we are 3 women, and we feel powerful being part of this institution for the past 15 years.
I have a 22-member team who are responsible to support and implement basically our in-house developed software in these hospitals.
As internal consultants for the organization, we identify improvement opportunities
remediate complex issues, and develop strategies to improve business operations across the organization. We are also developing business processes for our hospitals globally to implement a huge technology transformation project.
We are responsible to ensure that security controls are implemented across AKU ICT landscape.
And you can say at the end of this video that we were actually arranging online public lectures, because it's also very important for us that to do the continuous capacity building of our colleagues within AKU. Within that domain, we invite experts, international experts from all over the world, and the person who was actually speaking in this video was the CIO of Michigan University. And for example, we have invited the father of internet, his name is Win Cerf, is the chief internet evangelist, on 4th of February to deliver another inspiring lecture. So these are our all in all, in addition to all our day-to-day work operation, we also continuously focus on capacity building of our colleagues and learning from what's happening around the world through these international lectures and through these collaborations with the technology companies. With those words, I would like to thank again the CIO Africa, and then I'm happy to answer if you have any questions. Thank you very much and have a very nice day.
All right, fantastic. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad to have you here at the CIO Africa, the Year Ahead Forum. And we've had amazing and fantastic panelists who have been here, and also speakers just to start us off. And now we want to go into an interesting discussion about customer experience. One thing that we believe is that customer experience is as sweet as, how we could say it in Swahili, sukari, as sweet as sugar. Mr. Director, can you be able to help us a bit so that we can be able to start this discussion very well? Just make sure wherever you are, just make sure you have some room. And then you start on the left. Yeah. Right. Left. Right. Left. To the left. Customer experience is sweet. We need to delve into this discussion. Give me the left foot, right foot. Left, right. Left, right. Left, right. Then we just go back to where we were. Our moderator is one of the best dancers that you can be able to find here in Africa. Right. Here we go. One to the right. Sweet as sugar. Here. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. All about customer experience. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mr. Director. We totally appreciate that. And we want to get into this discussion and have a very, very candid, open-minded discussion about customer experience. And to moderate this session is a lovely lady that you have seen her here, one of the best dancers in Africa. She is the Senior Customer Success Executive at Infobip Kenya. This is someone that I also know very, very well. Ninette is a self-motivated goal setter and CX enthusiast who, in addition to being an impressive personality in customer encounters, is able to execute on deliverables that drive business profitability and sustainability for enterprises and organizations across Africa. Ninette has over 10 years experience in delivering impactful customer success initiatives. She is result-oriented. She also knows well when it comes to about business development and leadership. She mentors other aspiring CX advocates to help them actualize their full potentials professionally. Margaret Thatcher's rendition of what is success is Ninette's favorite inspirational quote. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and over to you, the ever so lovely Ninette Kongo, as we moderate this discussion. Welcome and asante.
Thank you, Ian. I am impressed. Best dancer in Africa? I don't know about that one, but on customer experience, I definitely know I'm your go-to person. Omnichannel will continue to expand in 2020. Today's shopper actually values convenience above everything else. According to Juniper, digital commerce spend is set to increase by 60% in 2022. In this digital age, you and me as consumers can actually shop without visiting any physical space because we get to use social media, we get to use mobile apps, video marketing campaigns are drawn to us through online spaces, we get to do Google searches, and we also get to shop in company websites. Research has proved that omnichannel is the way to go. I would like to invite my panelists for today. So I'd like for my panelists to introduce themselves. Today I am joined by Roy. Roy is the COO of LittleCab. And I'm joined by Noah, who's the Business Development Manager at CM.com. Roy and Noah, please, can we start in order of starting with Roy and then Noah in terms of introduction? Please tell us a bit about yourselves so that our audience knows that we have the right people to talk about the omnichannel customer experience.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Roy, and I represent Little in Africa. I'm the CEO and currently looking after the business expansions and the operations for the company. And I'm glad to be invited in these sessions today. Noah, I know him very well. We worked together in the past, so I'm also glad to see him as my co-panelist. Thank you so much, the moderator, for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Noah is also a former colleague of mine. So Noah, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Just like you've heard, my name is Noah Moke, Regional Business Development Manager with CM.com. My key role in CM.com is to help enterprise on improving their customer engagement and also customer experience on the different omni-channel solutions, and also how to map their customer journey and improve on the customer's experience. I've worked with Roy and I've also worked with Ninette before, so it's glad to have you guys on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah.
Thank you, Noah.
Roy, I'll start with you. We all know that measuring customer experience is the most important initiative that a company can undertake in order to know whether their products or services are reaching the correct market. So, according to you, can you share some of the KPIs that you're using to measure the omnichannel customer experience at My Little Africa?
Thank you, Ninette. Yes, we are all driven by the KPIs set for our customer success. So when we talk about customers, we have a list of customers as well as a list of partners, because in Little we create the whole ecosystem. One side we take care of our customers, which coming from the corporate side of the business as well as the retail side of the business. On the other side, the suppliers or the partners, whether it's a merchant, as a food merchant or a grocery merchant, or it could be entertainment in institutions like a movie theater, or it could be a hospital. So any service providers becomes our merchant service provider. So we actually kind of stipulate a very strict KPI in terms of how we measure the performance in terms of the growth, in terms of the touch points our customers are getting the services, what will be the service level agreement we set forth when we actually onboard a merchant or a service provider on our platform. As an organization, we maintain that we have a strong customer service department, and their role and responsibility is to actually drive the customer satisfactions. One side we need to take care of the customer customer fulfillment rate, or whether the customer is taking the optimum services from our platform. If not, why not, and how we can actually take care of that. So yes, we drive with strong KPI metrics, and that we actually measure in every touch point our customers and our partners meet on our platform. Thank you.
Indeed, every company has to do that in order to be able to refine their strategy. Noah, there are a number of challenges that we all face as in implementing a customer experience strategy. We have data fragmentation, of course, the data being in silos. We have that monotonous personalization, which, for example, you get to tire your customer if you're contacting them. They've gotten into the bank this morning, you're contacting them. Then in the afternoon, you're contacting them. There's also multiple sources of data and that complicated decision-making process. What best practices would you recommend to build a flawless, unified customer experience outcome?
Thanks, Lynette. It's true that each and every organizations have thousands and thousands of data sources that contributes in building a single customer view and multiple different activation channels. And each and every organizations have a goal to capture the customer data to ensure that they are correctly captured, analyzed in each and every touch point process that they're engaging the customers. Now, with all this now, it leads to different silos that you have talked about being built in different organizations. And to come up out of that different silos or different data sources in different organizations so that you can have unified flawless customer experience, organizations need to take some few steps into achieving this. One of them is implementing customer data platform. Now, a customer data platform is just an aggregate of different data that organizations and enterprises have into one uniform platforms on the different touch points. Now, this data comes in real time with different data feeds from the individual's customers' profiles, looking around from the CRM, from the mobile applications that different organizations have, online platforms, email, social media, even from the physical stores that they have. So you have different multi-channels data touchpoints that they have. So you need to have one centralized customer data platform that organizes all this data, that allows the organizations to be able to communicate to the customers and be able to see how the customer is behavior. Okay, so with this now, then we come up with what you call the seamless touch points, and that improves on what you call the omni-channels. Now, apart from the implementing customer data platforms, organizations need to map customer journey. By creating a unified customer journey, it leads to an improvement in customer experience. Now, each and every organizations, they need to visualize how their customers' journey will look like. What motivates their customer? What is the customer's need? What is the expectation of the customers when they engage with the organizations? What are their main pain points that they need to solve? So the customer journey is no longer a linear customer, but a customer has different steps and setbacks that they do before they buy in the different organizations. You realize that before you make a choice even to buy from any organizations, you need to get into social media. You'll end up with accessing from the different touch points. Some will go to online, some will go to their stores, some will go to their apps, some will go, what is happening on the social media? What are the reviews that you're having? So we need to have a clear customer-centric visions that sets the team differently, and you set different goals towards achieving and pleasing your customers. When you implement a good customer journey, this improves on the customer experience. On another important one is to improve the customer user experience by building a customer-focused culture in the organization. What do I mean by this? So each and every organizations need to have experience mapped on their different touch points that they have. If it's an online customer business that you are running, you need to know what is the customer coming from when they're coming to my online presence. What are they looking for? What are the different engagement that they have? And then also, is the experience the same when they go on the web and also when they use the mobile applications that we have? This also needs to match that. Is the experience the same when this customer visits our physical stores? And all this needs to be integrated. Remember, we talked about customer data platform. So you need to integrate all these different touch points that you have so that when a customer visits the stores, gets something from the stores, for example, and also goes back online, you already know what is the customer looking for, what did they buy the last time they engaged with you. So different enterprises needs to improve on the user experience so that they can also grow on their customer experience. And lastly, we need to ask for feedback. Feedback is very important when you're talking about customer experience, because I usually say that feedback, whether it's good or bad, it's important for organizations. Bad feedback help you to improve on the processes, helps you to improve on the experience that the customers have. And good feedback help you to maintain the standards and outdo the customer the next time they're engaging with you. Thank you, Niret.
Thank you, Noah. Indeed, all those points make for a great customer experience. Now, to both of you, let's start with Roy. Why has it become imperative at this time and age to build a unified customer experience journey? Do you think we will also get to a tipping point in terms of adoption of the customer experience journey that we're seeing in East Africa?
Yeah, nice question, actually. I think the last 2.5 years, we have seen, the decline because of the pandemic and so many other external factors, which we were not prepared for. We saw the loss of business. We saw many businesses are shutting down, and a lot of depressive actions around us, which we are not prepared for. So it's a new business transformation happened over a period of time. Now we see a new set of customer mindset change. So we have seen there is a whole transformation from physical customer visits or customer interaction to a more like online kind of or on demand, rather, I can call it, services. We have seen the growth of e-commerce platforms across the world. So pandemic in that way really helped certain segment of industries to grow and also helped in transforming the mindset of the customers. Now, before that, I can give you some of the example. A couple of years back, people used to go visit the banking branch, keeping in mind that when they actually visit a branch, they will get best services and also at the same point of time, put the conversation more in a personalized manner. But today, I don't think so there is any need for visiting a branch because your branch is coming on your platform, whether it's a mobile phone or it's internet or it's a tablet, or it could be a social media platform the bank is trying to reach you. And every touch point, the bank is getting your data and the data becomes your point of interaction. And also when they do the analysis of customer behavior to make a better customer services, I think those data are absolutely crucial. And I'm sure what Noah was telling as a single data point or data platform, it is just, kind of what I'm trying to say that here, because in today's world, and also during the pandemic, we have seen that everything is gone online. So we are trying to push more and more energy and focus on holding the customer touch points with an interactive media, whether it's you are trying to do it on social media, or trying to do it on any sort of media, chat mode of communications, video mode of communications. But end of the day, you need to understand your customer better so that you can actually make a better decision to retain your customers, number one, and also to grow your average revenue per customer month on month and year on year. So I believe pandemic did help in terms of transformation of the mindset of the customer from physical platform to a more on the online platform. And I believe this is going to stay. It's not going to be back into the old normal. It's going to be the new trend because of course, this trend has already been set and the mindset has already been changed. So more and more people will, kind of expect that you need to reach out them on all the platforms available in the market.
I agree. Having our platforms as services has actually become critical for every business. Noah, do you think we will reach a tipping point?
Yes, we'll reach a tipping point, and I'm glad that in East Africa, adoptions of technology is very high in this market. And we are seeing that each and every organizations is trying to reach out to customers on multiple channels, on multiple platforms. So it's not just like what customers need to go into one particular platform so that they can get service, being it the financial institutions, in e-commerce, retailers, even those who are offering solutions around logistics, like Nilad Roy. So with this now, different organizations are also pushing on omni-channel engagement with their customers to making that process of reaching out in multiple channels seamlessly. So with this now, each and every customers have an options of reaching out in different organizations on different channels, be it on the conversational channel, be it a voice, be it on social media, and all the enterprises are implementing all these into one window so that each and every customers has able to be responded back on their favorite channel of communications. Now, adoptions of technology in this market also help us to drive the growth of these different enterprises in their online business. So you realize that we are no longer a market where everything has to be done physically. You can get each and everything that you need online. Look at even medical, look at food stuff, look at getting even booking to your hotels. Financial institutions are doing everything online. I don't even remember the last time I visited my bank branches. Nowadays, you don't have to walk across the street to whistle for a cab. You just have to order that through a mobile app, whether it's a USSD or a WhatsApp or anything. So I believe we are heading in the right direction and we are going to achieve this. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for that. We can all agree through today's discussion that customer experience is going beyond impressive service and highly competitive prices. According to our discussion today, I've gathered a few points that I'd like to share with our audience. Feedback, good or bad, is good, and it helps you actually improve on your business processes. A customer-focused culture across every channel and store, making sure that your customer is actually having the same experience, whether they're coming to you online or through your physical stores, is also critical to look at. Having a customer data platform where you're able to take all this siloed data and to actually look at your customer through the different channels. How are they interacting with you? How will they like to interact with you? Because they also might have a specific channel that they'd like you to reach out to them on. So having that one data platform ensures that if your customer contacts you, you don't end up antagonizing them through contacting them on a different channel because they've contacted you on one channel and this is maybe they wanted a particular need. Also looking at KPIs through the different touch points of your customer. Are the KPIs for your organizations being met? Are the KPIs for the customers being met? Also mapping our different customer journeys versus their expectations and the pains that will make them come to us to get a particular product or service is critical as we go into a unified customer experience, giving our customers that omni-channel look and feel. And also looking at platforms as a service. If you're selling different products, put them on a different platform. If you're selling services, put them on a platform so that your customer can reach you where they are on the service that you provide. Thank you, gentlemen, for this conversation today. It's been great to have you both. And I believe that every organization that is looking at this will consider an omni-channel strategy as they go into 2022, because we have realized that 60% of all digital purchases are going to go online.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Noah.
What we do as
Thank
a
you,
regulator is we undertake
continuity planning. Is the process involved in creating a system of prevention and recovery from potential threats to a company. Really, we are trying to figure out what is it that can go wrong within an organization. And when people are thinking technology, they are thinking disaster recovery, and that is not it. This is about people. This is about how people interact with assets within the organization. And this is also regarding the organization as an asset and an individual at the same time. He goes on to say that the plan ensures that personnel and assets are protected and are able to function quickly in the event of a disaster. Now, a pandemic like the one that we are in can be considered a disaster because really, even though equipment was not damaged, but the movement of people, the working of people, the engagement in commerce has actually stopped. The BCP is also generally conceived in advance and involves input from key stakeholders and personnel. Now, I'm going to talk a lot about this part because many of you, I hope you have a BCP. And if you don't, then this could be a tricky time to be setting one up. But you're still not too late. And I think there's a possibility that we can manage to move it forward.
So what we do as a regulator is we undertake benchmarks on the best regulatory practices, implement standards such as the Commonwealth Standard on OTTs, undertake law and policy reform to address emerging digital technologies, invest in capacity building and awareness, as well as engage in structured stakeholder collaborations and partnerships. So in Kenya, the regulatory framework is based on various laws, including the Constitution of Kenya. We have the Kenya Information and Communications Act. We have 16 sets of regulations. These regulations include frequency management, postal and courier services, broadcasting services, competition aspects, consumers, and tariffs.
One, which is really, really important for us at Checkpoint, is the level of security. The ability of this platform not just to provide access control, but actually to bundle in threat prevention, user protection, the ability to identify and prevent breaches, zero-day attacks, zero-day malware, unknown phishing attacks. That's really, really important. We're very firm believers in not just detecting, but actually being able to prevent attacks. We know that if we detect an attack post-infection and it ends up in a log somewhere in your system, buried by the time you pick it up, but one of your analysts or whoever is looking at your logs, if you have anyone looking at your logs in any organizations, don't proactively look. It's way too late.
When hackers are trying to get information about you, they spend a lot of time trying to understand who you are, what you're all about, and how do they even get to compromise you in terms of, so a lot more time is spent when trying to do reconnaissance. And there are so many open source available information that is out there. There's so many tools and methodologies that can be used. And right now you can tell everybody has access to it. When it takes time to compromise, it takes minutes or it can take days. You all know right now it takes only 5 minutes for anybody. I'm so sure 85% of you who are in this webinar right now, your emails can be spoofed. That email can be sent to anybody, and there's a likelihood that out of 10 people in the organization, at least one person is going to open that. The established persistence trying to make sure they can stay inside the network, stay inside and see how far can they go with the kind of connection they have, and then from there they want to be able to do what, install more tools.
When it comes to CSPs, and I'm assuming to be referring to cloud service providers, we have got value in a space to add to the guys, but again, it comes down to what are you trying to deliver, how easily are you trying to deliver it inside of it, right? A lot of the times when we talk about it, and one of the questions that was asked earlier on, for us, it's about saying, let's make your infrastructure a lot simpler to manage, right? And how we do that then comes down to what type of licensing that you have. How many product sets within inside of a product portfolio do you have to give you what it is that you're looking for as a service provider, right? So it's never just one single answer that we can say, oh, this is where the value proposition is just for one thing, but it's a multitude of things.
When you found a job that you think that your experience match, then the first thing you will have to do is to create your personal history profile. So it's called a PHP. And for that, we would like to draw your attention to the opening and closing date. Please be careful on that. You have to apply during that period, of course. I always advise to apply as soon as possible, because sometimes, and often I would say, hiring managers, recruiters, they will look at your application very early on. So please, when you see something, do it quite quickly, but not so quickly. Why? And this is the time management. It's very important to take time. Take time to do your application. It's important because this is how you can get in the shortlist if your work experience is matching with the requirement and the desirable that are in the job open.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CIO The Year Ahead Forum 2022. We are glad to have you here engaged with us, and we'd like to appreciate Ninette Kongo and also the panel just taking us through also the customer experience, what matters, and how we can be able to make sure that we leverage on that, and we can be able to build a strong partnership with our clients as we take that conversation and more so the relationship further, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we have a different conversation and a different kind of a relationship with our clients. Thank you so much, Ninette, for that. So this is something smaller. At CIO Africa, we want to make sure that we definitely have a little bit of fun and engage with each other. I know you've been seated there for a bit too long since morning, probably, and you're still at the office, or probably you're watching us from at home, but I'd like you to just make sure that you can be able to get some space, and then we can be able to have some blood flowing in the system. And I know our director is going to give us a song or two so that we can be able to make sure that we are enjoying the session and make sure that the blood is flowing in the system. Mr. Director, you can give us that African vibe. Celebrating it, all right? Right, just swing your body like that. Just goes like that. Down, and up, down, and down. Again, you will have a little bit of fun. And bite your finger, it's still okay. Alright? Hands up, down. Hands up, down. And push it forward.
L'argent est fini, on doit changer de côté. Waribana, changer de côté.
CIO Africa Year Ahead, event after event, we'll be pushing it forward. There you go. Then hands up again. Down, up, down. Up, down. Thank you so much. Make sure that even you enjoy everything that you do, even at the office or at home. And as you watch us, make sure that you're staying engaged and let's have fun together. All right. Also, we'd like to appreciate our partners. We'd like to say thank you to Little Cub. We also want to appreciate Craft Silicon, Jumia. Would like also to appreciate Wozi, Twiga, MyDawa, and also we want to appreciate Safaricom. Thank you so much to our lovely partners. We appreciate you and thank you for being here with us to partner with us together. All right, fantastic. So thank you so much, our partners, and we are confident that we can be able to just partner together in the course of the year as we proceed from there. All right, thank you so much. So we want to go into a panel discussion, and this is where we're going to have an interesting conversation that is going to relate also into the healthcare system. We want to know much more about that, the era of exponential improvement in the healthcare system, technology-driven innovation that holds the potential to improve our understanding of patients and also enable the delivery of more convenient and industrialized care as we create more income, especially by 2025. And that's a conversation that we want to get into. And the one who is going to carry us through this particular session, he is the CIO at Gertrude's Hospital. This man is seasoned to the bone and marrow. He is an award winner here also at the CIO 100 Awards. This is a man who has perfected that particular industry and is going to come and tell us how innovation can be able to come and help the healthcare system. So we are glad to have him here. He's the CIO at Gertrude's Hospital. This is none other than Peter Kanda. Thank you so much, Peter. We're glad to have you here, and we're looking forward to an engaging session as we carry this conversation forward. Thank you, Peter, and over to you. This is CIO Africa Year Ahead Forum. Welcome, and my name is Ian Mwerore. I'm your moderator, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much. Over to you, Peter. Wait.
Thank you, Ian. Ian is very kind with his words, but we all know Ian. Yeah, so we are entering into our next topic, which is the era of exponential improvement in healthcare. And my name is Peter Kanda, CIO of Gertrude's Children's Hospital. I'm glad to lead these discussions, and I'll be joined by my panelists today. And we are going to focus more on the era of exponential improvement in healthcare. And technology-driven innovation holds the potential to improve our understanding of patients, enable the delivery of more efficient and convenient individualized care, and create 350 billion to 410 billion in annual value by the year 2025. So quickly, I'll go in and get my panelists to introduce themselves. So we are joined in by Nikki. So Nikki, you can introduce yourself, tell us what you do and the company that you are in. Nikki?
Thank you, Kanda. My name is Nikki Nyamasio. I head technology at MyDawa. I have around 14 years of experience in the industry across different verticals, but more so the better part of my professional past has been around supply chain automation across, again, different verticals. So here at MyDawa, I provide leadership on our technology and building what we call a robust, secure and innovative product, platform for all our stakeholders, with a view to remaining the leading e-pharmaceutical chain in the region.
Okay, thank you, Nikki. We're going to jump in quickly to Samuel. Same, you can introduce yourself, tell us a bit more about what you do in the company.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Weru. I work for AmRef Health Africa. It's a common name and household name most of the people growing up in Kenya and the East Africa region. Currently, I am the Group ICT Director for AmRef, and we span across, we have our interventions across 30 countries in Africa region. And we also have operations in Europe and also in North America, that is USA and Canada. So my work is to lead in terms of strategic decisions that involve investments in technology, innovation, and still on the operational aspects of the whole organization. And great interest in the communities that we work for and interventions that will have impact on the community and changing their lives for the better and bringing a lasting health change in Africa, especially. Yeah, in a nutshell, that's who I am. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll later on be joined by the CEO of MPSHA, Tosif Dean, but for now we'll get on to proceed. Now you've heard the topic, the era of exponential improvement in healthcare. And I know Maidawa has really been in the space, AmRef has really been in the space and deploying technologies to address their users' needs. How do you think the healthcare providers, the solution providers like Maidawa are ready to tackle this? Nikki?
Thank you for this question, and I think it touches on the very large topic of what do we see in the future of healthcare, and I think it would be fair to make this observation that regardless of the segment that we play in the industry, you could be a support service, you could be an actual hospital, for example, or a chain of hospitals, you could be a pharmaceutical distributor or even a retailer. But what we've seen in the last few years, and if we could look at what we expect to come, is there's a lot of awareness, in our common consumers of our services, So today we have a more aware, a more informed patient, than before. And with this, and with the introduction of things like the Data Protection Act here in Kenya, Data Protection Act of 2019. Now, we are compounded with an environment where, looking forward, then we've got to step up and be at the very tip of innovation and use of technology to keep up with the needs of our current consumer of our services.
Yeah, and back to you, Samuel. I know, same question really. AmRef has been there for some time. Maidawa, I know they're now getting into the space properly. But for AmRef, how are you guys tackling this era that we are in, where technology is really becoming a key differentiator for healthcare providers?
Okay, thank you for that. I think I would address it from a perspective of, let me just say, AmRef being an NGO, but an NGO with a difference in the sense that we engage the stakeholders and we engage at wider levels across the globe. And we have different levels of healthcare interventions all over the world, from one country to another. But what we have done especially is to concentrate much on community healthcare and interventions that go all the way to the grassroots. These interventions have not been just the traditional interventions where earlier on we were known for flying and going to the communities and doing clinics and all that. But now what we are majoring on is to employ technology, especially in this era of the pandemic, where we may not be able to travel, where we may not be able to reach, but data needs to be gathered that will inform decision making. So we have developed solutions that are mobile friendly, especially for the communities, using feature phones that we are able to gather information across most of the African countries and consolidating them using the tools like ODK, so that information is able to help us and make the right decision. We have also invested in training using still the technology. We have platforms like Jibu. Jibu platform helps people, and especially community health workers, some of them who are volunteers and nurses, to be able to be trained on how to handle emerging cases. And it came in handy so much in Africa region when traveling and having meetings was not possible. But then we were able to train so many people, and especially nurses, on handling things like COVID cases. We have also gone to a point of being contracted by governments to be able to train nurses. Case in point, we have Ethiopia that asked us to do like training for all the nurses in the country using this platform. And this has also helped us to gather in data that has informed us on disparities in health. And we've had the same in Malawi. We have had the same in Kenya and Zambia. So some of these interventions have also come in handy to help us to partner with key people in the industry and reach the people. As you may also know that our greatest campaign is the universal health coverage. Yeah. And we have also tried to reach as many people as possible, advocating using technology interventions to the governments, advocating for budget allocations. So there are so many interventions that we have been doing over and above having digital systems that are working for us across the globe. Thank you.
Yeah, and I know both of you, you've mentioned about the mobile platforms that you get to operate in, and that means you get to collect a lot of data in your daily operations, and that means that you now have the ability to provide individualized care to patients. How are you tackling that as an organization, Nikki?
Yeah, just to underscore what you've mentioned there. So for a platform like MyDawa that is built on the very core beliefs of being able to offer not just quality products and services, but also convenience to the customer, as well as privacy, then you find that because we're operating in the e-pharmacy space, we are able to collect a lot of data, which again, through intelligence, business intelligence and everything else, allows us to be able to personalize more the experience of our customers. But now, I think there is a process into getting there, because you've got to make sure that the data that you're collecting is able to be analyzed for the benefit of the business and for the benefit of the customer, to give them a better experience. But at the same time, there is the sensitivity of that data, because dealing with healthcare, most of this data is of a private, or rather, it's confidential to the patient or to the person that is providing it. So in this case, the subjects of the data that you're holding then are sensitive, because you wouldn't want this kind of data out there or in any way exposed to misuse of any kind, and you're holding it in trust of the subject. So given our nature of the digital platforms that we have, because we are available on apps, both on Android and iOS and on the web, and then we're doing deliveries, we're able to deliver both in Nairobi and up country in partnership with our courier partners. Then all this data now becomes quite a huge it's huge data that you need to slice and dice and kind of consume in making decisions for the different segments of customers that you're seeing. So for us as MyDAO, we've employed quite complex tools in business intelligence to be able to make sense of really what are the customer trends that we're seeing, what are their specific needs, what are the specific needs of the specific customer segments, and what kind of experiences are they looking for. Now, like I mentioned before, I think we're dealing with a more informed customer than ever before. And the more informed they are, the more specific they are to their expectations. So when we talk about personalized healthcare service, then every one patient or customer you deal with actually is different from the other in terms of their expectations, in terms of what they want, how they want their experience to be packaged. So we're using this data to kind of tell how to approach different segments of our customers, how to further personalize that experience. And I'll give you an example. You have, given this COVID period where movement was highly restricted, so you have so many people relying on home deliveries, for their medicines or for their supplements of their personal care products. And there is somebody who will order because they just don't want to get out of the house, right? Because of the movement restrictions, they just don't want to bother and take that risk. But then at the same time, there is another customer who will order perhaps because they know you will deliver on time, right? Yeah. So you will have a customer who is purely just convenient, I don't want to leave. But there is a customer who is, no, I want this within the shortest time possible. Yep. Now, you have someone else who is already on some kind of a plan. Think of patients who are on, for example, chronic kind of care, or rather chronic, the chronic space, of diseases, patients. They already have a plan and they know when they need what. They know when maybe they need certain medication or they need a certain service. And these ones, they're better planned in terms of how they order for their products and services. So with all this, you've got to be able to understand what segment lies where, and the only way to do that is to employ advanced intelligence, business intelligence, analyze this data and be able to make decisions that not only serve the business better, but improve the customer experience. Because the expectation with the customer today keeps on going higher and higher, like I mentioned, because we are in a space where we're doing everything from the mobile phone. We are consuming data more than we've ever done in the life of humanity, or rather in the period that we've existed as human beings. So you're not going to be able to convince a customer about the superiority of your service when they can compare that with another service that exists that they're able to access or compare with from a platform, an online platform, maybe their mobile phone. So for us is now making use of this data that we're collecting to analyze and see then what kind of experiences do we need to package for the different segments of our customers.
Okay, thanks for that very elaborate answer. With that, you've mentioned a lot about security, and this will go to Samuel. And now you have data that is sitting on the patient's phones and etc. But sadly, we have a lot of healthcare solution providers. We are not talking to each other. How do we, as people within the healthcare space, enhance data portability? That means I got prescriptions from my MyDAO. I walk in to get to Children's Hospital. I sit down, the doctor is able to see in the system, this is the kind of medicine he's been consuming over this period of time, and they're able to give me better care. When I go to another hospital like MPSHA, then they're able to also access that kind of data. So Samuel, how do we improve our space to be able to enhance data portability, but still ensure that we have data security? Samuel?
Wow, that's an interesting question. I think we're operating, as my colleague has said, in an era where information is being handled in a very sensitive manner. I'll talk from the AMREF perspective and our experience is that because of operating in different countries and continents, we have a big challenge with data. We are all aware about the GDPR issue that especially in our European offices has been quite a major challenge. Now there are regulations that have trickled down to African countries, and I'm happy that Kenya is among the leading countries that is really keen on data protection. It's unfortunate that so far in Kenya we have not integrated as much. I think the critical thing is that is a major drawback or a hindrance is the whole thing about data protection and privacy. Medical data is not just like any other data. I think it's quite sensitive. It is hard to share. And the fact that you're supposed to seek the consent of the patient to share that information with another healthcare provider becomes another complex issue, because the trust issue and also the sensitivity of the information. However, I see this coming to pass where we shall have a central repository or a central data system, and the government of Kenya has tried, but much of the information about, say, for example, diagnosis and the treatment of the patient care is not shared. So I could share that somebody has requested my DAWA to give prescription for this, but more likely because of the same privacy protection issues, we find that they'll just say, so-and-so visited my clinic, and for further details, visit our clinic. So the regulations also are not yet up to speed in terms of sharing that information. But I think the technology is there, databases are there, technology is there, and innovations around this sharing is there. We have seen it in other sectors where, for example, like how, for example, in Kenya, where Kenya Power is sharing the PIN numbers for the number of meters, and they're able to share it with KRA, and they're able to track about the tax collection. I see that coming very soon, but it will require a lot of legislation to have it effective. But for now, I think we are not yet there. That's the way I would look at it.
Sorry, I feel like there's a statement you might need to clarify. You've said that the data protection and the data privacy is a hindrance. I tend to think it's more of an enabler, because now we'll be required by the Act of 2019 to do data portability. That means a patient can move from one place to the other with their data. So how is it a hindrance, Samuel?
Okay, it's in two ways. At the point where we are in the industry, we have not matured enough to get there. Okay. But the whole idea or the whole concept is geared towards that portability or data sharing across. But I think I'm talking now even from, we have a clinic that we see patients. We are flying patients across the globe. But the biggest hitch that we have is in our flying doctors and all of the information that we do, including sharing what you call wing-to-wing transfer of patients. That information flowing, the insurances across, especially Europe, is still a major issue. But the whole intention, the spirit of this legislation is geared towards portability. But where we are is still like a bottleneck, I would say.
Okay. Yes, Nikki.
If I could come in just for a moment and just highlight something I thought I have around the whole portability. Some 2-3 years ago, I was involved in more of I wouldn't call it a study, but we're just trying to understand just what kind of legislative framework we have for some of these things like data exchange. And really, from a policy point, what kind of guidelines can an industry player actually rely on while making their decisions on how to enhance data portability. And I must say it's interesting because I think as a market we still have some distance to go before we have full portability, in that we seem to operate in our own internal institutions kind of standards. So today as a market, for example, I do not think we use the same, for example, diagnosis, clinical diagnosis coding system. So you find that service provider A and service provider B would have, it's data about the same patient, but how it is captured and stored then creates some kind of barrier in its exchange. For example, we know that the health insurance portability and accountability standards protocol, that's the HIPAA compliance, for example, has been used globally for a while, adopted by countries that have already crossed that bridge of data portability. But I don't think we've looked at it as an industry and agreed that we're going to implement it across our platforms, so that then our exchange of data becomes one, there is a level of trust when my system is talking to your system from a security standpoint, from how the data is processed to how it is stored, to avoid misuse and exposure. So I think we as players, maybe it may not be up to the government at this point, but I think on innovation, we would need to come around the table and agree on how to make, on how to use common standards and more so globally accepted standards to enhance portability. Because I think today we're still playing at the institution level. So as my DAWA, I could code my services and products in a certain way that is different from another provider. So when it comes to trying and to port this data across, then it creates a challenge. And more so now with the Data Protection Act, then the challenge becomes if you have a portability issue between platforms, then the data ends up coming out of the loop of security between the systems, and now you end up introducing manual steps that can actually now expose this data. Because if today I was moving my clinical data from provider A to provider B, I'll probably have to move a physical file, from how we're operating today as providers. And I'm talking about hospitals, I'm talking about clinics and other providers, stock of labs and all that. So I think as an industry, we are now at the point where, because we're all trying to leverage on innovation to offer better services to our common customer, then we've got to take up the challenge and discuss and agree on what standards are we going to use to ensure that our systems can actually talk to each other.
Yeah, and you brought a good point about sitting on a round table. And yes, it is quite important for us to all get into partnerships. And to what level we'll need to agree on where we can sit. Do we go through the Healthcare Federation? Do we go through the Association of Private Care Providers and talk to government and that kind of thing? What kind of partnerships do you think that we should look at in the next 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, so that we resolve this? So we'll start with Nikki, 2 minutes, because now we are winding up, and then we jump into Samuel to finish for us with that same question about partnership. So Nikki.
Thank you for that. I think really, to get us there, we've got to look at the healthcare industry from a technical perspective, not as a standalone kind of space, but that is interlinked and has integrations across other verticals. And by this I mean, you have tech providers who are building solutions for healthcare. You have lab, for example, providers who are bringing in technology, for new technology that is more efficient, more accurate in capturing whatever lab requests and identifying scenarios that we didn't have before. Then we have the traditional healthcare providers. Now we're talking about, when I say traditional, is the actual clinical practice, which is also growing very quickly towards online presence, digital presence through telehealth and telemedicine. So how I see it is, in terms of partnerships, we need to stop looking at each other as competitors in the sense of what is mine and what is yours, but look at it that we are serving the one common customer, who is our patients. That is our customer. It's a common customer. So it's more like trying to say, okay, look, guys, we have to agree to sit down, draw up some rules. This is a game of football. We have a referee. They need to operate from a standard set of rules. Then now it's the appeal of my innovation and my service delivery that will give me my customers against the other persons. Now, when I say this, what I mean is, for example, today, as a pharmaceutical, as an e-pharmacist that is in the pharmaceutical space, I shouldn't feel that I cannot access patient data from a provider like, let's say, MP Sharp.
Okay.
Or they shouldn't feel that they can't see what they prescribed if it's what we actually gave the patient.
Yeah.
We should be able to have that flow working, but then I think we need more industry players than just the actual healthcare providers, that is the hospitals, the clinics, and the pharmacies, and lab and all that, but also expand this again to the supporting providers, that is the IT developers, that is the solution developers in IT. We have ambulance services. We have people doing wonderful work that AMREF is doing, because they'll need to work with these providers here, right? So in terms of this roundtable, and I'm happy with what,
yeah, we have to jump into Samuel on the same. You've mentioned about the, you've just jumped in on the industry players. So Samuel, just wrap it up. What kind of partnerships will require?
Very quickly, I think any industry that will not embrace technology will not survive. That includes the healthcare. We need multi-stakeholders in this whole issue, and we also need interconnectedness. In brief, I would like just to give an example of what
we might not be able to. Sorry, Samuel, we might not be able to take the example.
Okay.
Yeah, really, we have to wrap it up. What we'll say, thank you guys for participating in our session today. It's been quite an engaging from Nick and Samuel. They really explained how the industry is shaping up. Over the last 2 years, we've seen a lot of digital transformation across the different sectors, and healthcare has not been left out. We're going to require more partnership, more collaboration, and more adoption of technology in order to give our patients good care and achieve good clinical outcomes. Thank you. It's been a good session, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the year ahead session by CIO. Thank you.
Employee disengagement has clear impact on 3 key pillars: business revenue, employee attrition, as well as the company culture. While a decrease in productivity can cause loss of revenue, it can also result in employee burnouts, leading to attrition. The survey from HBR also points to the fact that engaged teams are 17% more productive, they show less turnover, and have greater profitability. Most important of all, disengaged employees can negatively impact the brand image for the company. Having seen the impact, let us look into what the survey findings talk about the role of technology in employee engagement. We all today have the millennial workforce working for us, right? And the millennial workforce today expects consumer world-like experience with workplace technology as well. The survey goes to highlight this aspect, with 91% citing higher technology expectations compared to a decade earlier.
Fantastic. Welcome back, viewers, to the CIO The Year Ahead Forum 2022. We're glad to have you here. My name is Ian Merore, and it's a pleasure just engaging with each and every one of you. First of all, we'd like to appreciate Peter Kanda. Thank you so much, and the amazing panelists for giving us that hearty discussion. We are glad to have had you here on board. And now we want to go into an interesting conversation where we're going to discuss about the B2B economic trends, all right? The e-commerce trends when it comes to B2B. I'm confident that many of you have seen that title and they're wondering what are the current trends when it comes to e-commerce, especially when it comes to business. And we want to get into that discussion, and to guide us through this, he is the CCO at Jumia Kenya. He is seasoned and he is going to carry the conversation for us here. This is none other than Kenneth Oyola. Welcome, Kenneth. We're glad to have you here, and over to you as you break down this particular conversation. Asante and welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Can you confirm you can hear me clearly, and then I'm going to take it away from here.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much.
Good, great stuff. Yeah, thanks for having me today. I'm dialing in from Jumia offices in Kaka House in Westlands. Cloudy weather out here. I've got a few minutes kind of just to break down what are some of the things that we're seeing coming through in 2022 and what we need to look out for. They say 7 is the number of perfection. I'm going to walk you through about 7 things that we see sitting on the front edge of what we see happening in e-commerce. I think the first one, when you think about it, is if we look at the number of people that we have online today on our platform and on multiple platforms, Jumia being present in 11 markets across Africa. The one big thing that we are seeing, and perhaps you would have noticed, is how AI is coming on to play and coming on to support consumers in making their decision. One of the things today you will see, you might be 2 different consumers having a phone because that's the main source of getting online, but the things that you will see from what the next person is going to see are totally different ones. Why is that so? Because with AI, we are able to have algorithms that are really smart, that can be able to almost like anticipate what you're looking for. So basis your search history, what you'll be seeing in terms of ads being served to you, what you'd be seeing as far as then the categories would be very, very different. And that is driven by the AI. And we're starting to see a lot more of that now going forward. So I think that for me is really exciting. So it's very contextual, helping you to really zone in on what you're looking for, both as a B2B consumer and also then as a B2C consumer. I think the next thing that the second piece that we see of the things that are evolving and to look forward to in 2022 is having been in FMCG, 50% plus of offtake happens in Nairobi in some categories of index like beauty categories. One of the things that we are seeing that is big and potentially growing is tier 2 towns and people who live in tier 2 towns, and part of this is driven by the decentralization that came with the county governments, whereby it's not just a Nairobi consumer who wants it now, but you've got a consumer sitting in a tier 2, tier 3 town, would be in Nyeri, would be in Embu, wanting it now. And as a result, you're seeing the different players either trying to make sure that they're able to get services closer to the people, or the turnaround time, for example, the line haul of logistics going out more often. Before it might have been 2 days, now it's every day, getting out closer to the consumer. So I think for me, that is something that's really good. Depends on, irrespective of the consumer that you are able to get what you want coming to you faster, because this is evolving. So the likelihood for us is to be able to see a couple of players moving out into these towns, and then on the other side also local vendors being able to fulfill the demand really locally. The next thing related to that is it's also not just about out of town, but if you look at also Nairobi neighborhoods, talking to any aggregator or food aggregator like Jumia or Uber Eats, they will tell you the hotspots of food delivery is Kilimani, Kileleshwa, Westlands. One of the things that I think is happening and coming really close, and this is good news also for vendors in some of these neighborhoods, is you'll find new neighborhoods coming online. So the new neighborhoods that are becoming online, like Eastland. So all of a sudden, you're finding quite a big nexus of consumers within these areas, and also vendors and businesses within these areas being able to get more orders that are coming through, because all of a sudden everybody has jumped onto the bandwagon and they're ordering more, and this is good news all around for everybody. 2021 was also not so great for a couple of categories that depended on chipsets. Here I'm talking about the TV category. As a result of COVID, the supply chains were disrupted. Freight costs went up because you cannot fly in TVs into a country, and then the scarcity of chipsets. So we saw such a contraction on some categories like TVs, computing, and appliances. Here I'm talking about TVs. One of the things that we are hoping is going to happen in 2022, and we see it, and I'll explain to you in a minute. What I see is you're able to see the searches that are coming online by day, by the minute, by the hour, by the week, and there's quite a nexus in terms of the searches that is being raised around about TVs. Of course, with more availability, the one thing that we are seeing in the past, a 32-inch used to be the bull's eye of the TV that people are looking for. But because also when the economy is opening up and the supply chains are straightening out, we are seeing more of 32-inch moving aside and 43-inch TVs starting to become the mainstream that people are really looking out for. And not just 43-inch, but it's also the smart TVs. Now, we'll have another session whereby we're talking about what is the difference between a digital TV and a smart TV, but there's a lot more of consumers who are specifically asking they want smart TVs. Of course, what is happening in the background is also an opening of the space and data becoming more affordable, Wi-Fi becoming more affordable, and reaching more neighborhoods. So this is an interesting one. So in time for the World Cup, if you're waiting to buy, I think this is a good time, the World Cup coming up later, and being able to watch it on an even bigger screen, and with the whole economy opening up and the supply chain straightening out, that's also another very interesting one. The fourth piece that I wanted to talk about is IoT. Now, what are we seeing? In the last couple of months, a smart band, I remember selling a smart band during Black Friday last year at a price as low as 1,500. There's a smart band connected to your phone, is able to read your blood pressure, is able to read quite a number of things, and that is very exciting. So we are seeing a lot more people looking for this. Everybody wanting to become healthy. Everybody wants to get connected such that you don't need to look at your phone. It is in your pocket. You get a beep or a vibration on your armband because you know that you got a call, you got an SMS, you got a WhatsApp, and quite a number of players are playing within this space, and that is quite exciting. The other piece that we are also seeing that is also quite exciting has been the growth of, on one side is Google Nest. Xiaomi is playing a really big play, and then surprise, surprise, we're getting quite a number of hits on our platform, and people are looking for Alexa, which is then the smart speaker, which is able to connect you to multiple other things. So I think with the prices even coming down, we are about to see a big acceleration of this happening in multiple areas on multiple consumer groups around the country. So that's one really exciting one to really look out for. I think the prices are going to become further down as they race to the bottom of who owns the home, who owns the new ecosystem that connects everything together. And for example, Amazon is also making a play for your car, whereby you're able to connect everything from your car and everywhere else. Then, of course, one that is new, we've moved on to from bulbs into LED bulbs and now into smart bulbs. We're starting to see that starting to get to the right place. And the beauty about smart bulbs, you're able to save your electricity, you're able to turn it off remotely, on and off, and all of this from your smartphone. And in a minute, I'm going to talk about what we are seeing happening in the phones category. Of course, fifth and one of the most important categories, the phone has become a central tool of communication. Here also, we've seen the chipset pressure, which was felt in 2021 with a lot of shortage now easing up. And as a result of that, we are seeing the play between the big boys, which would be the Xiaomis, it would be the Nokias of this world, it would be the Samsungs of this world, and the Transsion Group, which owns Tecno and Infinix. I think one which has been a really strong play, we've seen what Xiaomi has done in the Asia region, coming becoming a really strong number 2 in some markets and a strong number 1 in multiple other markets. I think this has been an exciting one, and we are waiting to see. And linked to this, in the past, what I call 1+32, meaning RAM on a phone, has become the norm now. That has been swept aside, and if you look at what consumers are looking for, the minimum and basic entry is a 2+32, meaning you got 2 GB of ROM and 32 GB of RAM, which gives a lot more space to be able to save stuff. So that is becoming the norm. Not only is it becoming the norm, that the prices of these are breaching and crossing the 10,000 Kenya shillings mark. So consumers are in for some really good surprises, as they are the winners when the big boys come to play. The OEMs that I've mentioned before come to play within this category. Of course, then the most exciting one then also within this space is looking at the typical 4+128 now starting to breach the $130 mark and coming even more affordable. So consumers are spoiled for choices in the run up to February, when the typical Mobile World Congress would happen, and then many manufacturers release their phones. Be on the lookout for that, because that is going to become very, very exciting. 2 more things that I want to speak about before I pause, and if at all, and have a bit of a conversation, is on appliance category. If you think about 2021 was the year of the air fryer. Many of you, including myself, bought the air fryer. And maybe because we thought it was a fad, I think there's this whole piece about healthy living, and the air fryer topped up the whole appliance category of what was coming to the market. I think one of the things that we're expecting to see, especially since the oil prices, if you've looked at the prices of cooking oil, have gone up by up to 30%. And I was having a chat with a couple of my friends on Twitter about what do we do about the prices of cooking oil. And I think the conversation was, okay, it's time to pull out our air fryers. I think we're about to see a lot more of appliances coming on in the healthy living space. There's the whole pressure cooker, which is not the manual one, but the electric pressure cooker that's coming, so you're able to save on cost if at all you want to be able to cook something quickly in a pressure cooker. We are seeing so many hits of this coming on, and multiple players also coming on in market as far as original equipment manufacturers in this space. One key area of concern, which is not a trend that is going to grow, is today you can be able to find an electric kettle for 500 bob. You can be able to find an iron box for 500 bob. The flip side of that is that there's also quite a lot of recycling, such that when it doesn't work, you dump it, you go and buy the next 500 bob one. I think one of the challenges that multiple manufacturers that I've already started conversations with as Jumia is to think about, how then do we take care of the whole electric waste? And I'm anticipating to see that becoming a big topic. Even as electronics become more affordable and disposable, we need to be able to think about our responsibility, both as consumers and also then as businesses, to take care of the electronic waste, so that we've got one world, we have nowhere else to move to. Last but not least, when you think about some of the new categories that are coming online in the e-commerce space, I think we have seen, surprise, some really odd categories. All of us, many of us Kenyans, when you're on leave, what's the next thing you want to do? You want to be able to go and do mjengo. You're doing a construction here or there or up country. We're seeing such a demand that is rising in the building category, which is starting to really grow, and consumers are trying to find out, instead of going to look for this and that particular item at the hardware, why can I be able to get it online? And conversations are going on about how then do some of the players within this category start to get online. The other category, which is also a very interesting one that is starting to get online, and this might not mean the death of Kirinyaga Road, Grogon, or Bunyala Road, where you find all of these spare shops, but we are seeing a real growth in the motor accessories parts, whereby people, instead of wanting to spend time or spend a couple of hours going to these areas, are trying to look online, when can we be able to get there? So you will see some very interesting developments on players like the Toyotas of this world, the BMWs of this world, the Shells of this world coming online, such that you don't need to go to a forecourt to be able to buy your parts for service, but you can be able to order them online. They're delivered to you, and then you're able to take that on. Perhaps the biggest, and this is a good place to pose this conversation, has been in the wholesale. The traditional Kenyan market, for those of the big manufacturers who've tried to drive a distributor model, you'll still realize that the wholesale market still has a really strong stronghold onto the general trade market, meaning this is sales that goes through kiosks, dukas, and open markets. We've seen a really strong play of wholesale coming online, and you start seeing with players like Carrefour being able to stock bulk packs, so that instead of being able to buy one packet of unga, you're able to buy a bale, and this is targeted at wholesale buyers, kiosk buyers. We've seen brands like Twiga playing a strong play here, Jumia also playing a strong play here. So I think this is one of the things that to look out for will revolutionize the market, which has been really traditional for the longest time, whereby you go to a town like Sabasaba, you'll find wholesalers who've been running the business for the last 50 years, never changed anything, still running the manual process. We've also seen players like Gilani's opening up their wholesale and making it online, such that you do not need to go physically as a small vendor or a medium-sized vendor. You're able to go online and find the best price, cutting out the middleman and being able to pass on the value to the consumer. These are some of the big things, especially from a B2B, that we are seeing evolving in the market and to look out for. And I think it's going to be an exciting 2022, looking out ahead as things ease up, as more economies open up, and as we start getting back to the norm, which will not be the norm where we were in 2019, but a new norm at a higher level, whereby we're seeing the penetration of e-commerce starting to age and get towards the 3% mark, hopefully then by the end of this year. I wanted to pause here, and I hope that the insights and the thoughts that I gave you based on the frontline seat that I see data from were really useful in helping to shape and thinking about the things that are going to become big in 2022.
ESPs, and I'm assuming to be referring to cloud service providers. We have got value in a space to add to the guys, but again, it comes down to what are you trying to deliver? How easily are you trying to deliver it inside of it, right? A lot of the times when we talk about it, and one of the questions that was asked earlier on, for us, it's about saying, let's make your infrastructure a lot simpler to manage, right? And how we do that then comes down to what type of licensing that you have. How many product sets within inside of a product portfolio do you have to give you what it is that you're looking for as a service provider, right? So it's never just one single answer that we can say, oh, this is where the value proposition is just for one thing, but it's a multitude of things.
All right, fantastic. Welcome back. We are glad to have you here. So we want to go into an interesting session where we're going to discuss about cloud gaming. I know most of us have been used to the conventional games, just playing from the comfort of your home and using the pads. But now also there's something else that is happening, something new that is definitely coming on board. And we want to get into this discussion with none other than a techie and a gamer, Michael Michie. So he's going to tell us about this new gaming platform on where you can be able to just see your environment, move your hands, use the controls. Tell us a little bit more about this particular experience.
Thank you, Ian. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry, good morning. So I'm coming to you from the metaverse. I hope you can see me. I can't see any of you. I'm enjoying the great views of the Grand Canyon. I have a lounge. I have a nice dining table around me. I have nice views, nice plants, and I have other rooms and places I could be to. So this is what VR is all about, virtual reality, very immersive. It's been there for a couple of years. It's now becoming more popular because the devices are becoming much cheaper to make, sensors are becoming more responsive, and there's a lot more adoption and also game development around it.
All right. So Michael, you definitely, it seems like you've gone for your own holiday destination, definitely enjoying the scenery, yes, the sea, the blue skies. And this is what virtual reality is all about, that you can be able now to just create your own environment and then you can enjoy yourself in there.
Yes.
Fantastic.
And you can also get games. You can also install other games. Hitman just recently came out for VR for PC. Hopefully I get to play that soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I've played Hitman on the other platform, but not on virtual reality, and I'm definitely looking forward to that. Thank you so much, Michael. So we're looking forward to have this conversation about cloud gaming, and to moderate this session, he's none other than Michael Michie. He's a gamer and a techie. So over to you, Michael, as you take over this particular discussion, and we look forward to engaging you more on this particular session. Thank you so much, Michael, and over to you. Asante.
Thank you. Hi, thank you. As I said, good morning, everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce my panelists real quick. I hope you are ready, guys. Please go ahead and introduce yourselves. Start with Benjamin.
Hi, good morning, everybody. This is Benjamin Mann from Green Channel NFT, focused on how NFTs are transforming gaming. Really pleased to be on this panel, joining you from Kiambu.
Thank you, awesome. Looking forward to discussing NFTs and gaming. Ben?
Hi, everybody. My name is Ben Roberts. I'm from Liquid Intelligent Technologies. I'm joining you from the garden today. So I'm very excited and have been involved in gaming in Kenya and across Africa for many years, but I'm very interested in aspects of hosting servers, infrastructure for gaming, around esports and game developers in particular. So happy to be here and have this panel today.
Last but not least, we have Jay. Sorry, you're muted.
I'm also muted. Greetings everybody. I'm Jay Shapiro. I'm the CEO and founder of Asiku Games, based here in Nairobi. We're the largest game development studio in Kenya. We primarily make social impact games, games that are educational and motivated towards behavior change for positive social impact.
Awesome.
Happy to be here.
Like the headset. So guys, let's jump straight into it. Start with NFTs. Benjamin, what's the relationship we have between NFTs and gaming? And probably also just let us know what NFTs are.
Sure, yeah, let me try and do that. I'm sure that the rest of the panel also can help me here. So NFTs is, it's not a great acronym. It stands for non-fungible tokens. Fungible is not a word we use in everyday conversation today. Maybe you could start to use it. Fungible means something that's interchangeable, that you can swap it and it doesn't matter, right? It's not unique. So for example, money is interchangeable. If I give you 100 bob, you give me back 100 bob. I don't care which coins, which notes, whether you send it digitally. But other things are not fungible. They're unique. They're one-offs. Paintings like the Mona Lisa is a one-off. If you couldn't interchange that for any other painting, and of course, human beings, we're interchangeable, right? You couldn't swap us out for anybody else. So non-fungible tokens really means these are unique. They are not interchangeable. Each is a one-off, but because they're tokens, they can be traded. They can be instantly shared, swapped, sold, bought globally. And that's really what we're talking about. Now, the token can represent anything. So it can represent something in the physical world, like a plot of land, a car, anything you can imagine in the real world could be represented by a token. But the token could also represent something digital or something conceptual, like currency, like a picture, a music clip, a song. Anything you can imagine can be represented by a token, including, of course, assets within a game. So this is where NFTs can be used to bridge the gap between, say, the physical world and the gaming world, but also within the gaming world. If you think about the land that you're playing in, the clothing that you're wearing, maybe there are some resources that you're using. You're firing bullets, or you're planting seeds. Whatever activities you could be doing, those could also be NFTs, which means that they are unique and they're tradable. And that's one of the ways that we see NFTs and games come together and be very disruptive, very transformative, obviously creating a whole new ecosystem, but also really bridging the gap between the real world and this metaverse.
I think anybody else likes to jump in on that?
I'll jump in just to say that you know it's very early days for NFTs. There's a lot of experimentation happening at the moment of people trying to figure out how can we use them and what are some of the opportunities. And they are sort of the realization of the commerce that is already happening in so much of the games, and what I think we'll talk about is what people call the metaverse, right? So as an example, World of Warcraft, one of sort of and it's an older game, but you know, it's one of the bigger ones, has over 10 million daily financial transactions that happen in the game. And just to give you a sense of that, that's a sort of an abstract number. In all of Kenya, on all of M-Pesa, there are 40 million daily transactions. So you're looking at a quarter of the volume of all of Kenya's M-Pesa transactions happening per day in just one game of World of Warcraft. So this is already here, and it's huge.
And I just want to add, I mean, I'm very new to NFTs, and I did buy an NFT earlier, a few weeks ago. But it's part of an initiative, and it was launched by UNICEF, and I'm working with this to deliver this across Africa. But part of an initiative to raise money for UNICEF to fund internet connectivity for schools in Africa and the rest of the world. So, you know, it's raised quite a lot of money so far, and I've been sucker enough to buy one of these things. But you know, it's to a good cause. But I'm really excited as to how we can see creators in Kenya you know, use this NFTs to create assets to actually have value and earn money, right? And when we see that the traditional platforms where you can create, such as YouTube, we see that African creators don't get paid as much as creators in the USA, just because the rates of return are related to how many eyeballs you reach, and also where the eyeballs are in terms of where the advertising revenue is for those eyeballs. Well, if you're creating a painting, a Kenyan artist can you know, realize a global value. So it's not you know, it's not going to be bound by some of these things. I'm really excited about how our local creators can use NFTs to make money.
Thank you, guys. Ben, I'll probably stick with you. We've touched on NFTs, and now we mentioned the metaverse just briefly. What kind of infrastructure do you think we need within Kenya and Africa just to have the metaverse as a reality for us?
Cool. Yeah, it's a good question. Let's start with devices. Yeah. So we're going to see a different metaverse, and I'm sure Jay is going to tell you the same here. But you know, the allocation of devices that we have in Kenya and Africa are different to the devices that we might see proliferated across the rest of the world. We have an awful lot of smartphones and an awful lot of people doing a lot of things on smartphones. And what we have a lot less of is gaming consoles. Maybe there's about 25,000 gaming consoles in Kenya. And very few of those are VR headsets that we saw you wearing, Mishi. So, you know, I think we need to have a wider diversity of devices. But really, a platform and a spread of devices across the populace is a big piece of the infrastructure. So that's going to influence how the African metaverse is going to be. And I think Jay will tell you a lot more about how he sees that panning out. But then we come to the hardcore infrastructure of the data centers and the fiber. And a technology like cloud gaming is going to require a latency of between 20 and 60 milliseconds from the user to the actual data center where the you know, the game is being served from. Now, the latency to the closest hyperscale cloud is to South Africa is about 55 milliseconds from East Africa data center, and that's not from your home or anything else. So we're going to find that you know, using the closest cloud, which is in South Africa, is going to be not going to meet the needs of cloud gaming. We're therefore going to have for the East African region, we'll have to have cloud gaming servers here in Nairobi. They would be able to serve you know, Uganda, Tanzania, local markets, you know, other big countries, even Ethiopia once the it opens up there and Safari can build out the network. But you know, so cloud servers able to serve 300 or 400 million people. But then we look at the last mile technology, 4G, which is the way that most people are accessing data right now with 4G devices. is going to have too much latency to do cloud gaming. For many types of games, some games are less latency sensitive, but certainly first-person shooter is requiring high speeds. So we're going to see, those that are accessing network connectivity with fiber broadband or with 5G, we're going to see those people as being able to have more opportunity for gaming and use of the metaverse than those that are still on 4G handsets. Again, there's a device infrastructure part of this, because very few 5G enabled handsets in Kenya, but we'll see device refreshes and that filtering through population, but it all ties into one as what I would call the base infrastructure. What we do have is a lot of solar power, which is great for all the energy needed to create and move these NFTs and these blockchains. That is very good. So I think I would, summarizes the infrastructure point from my side. Thanks.
Over to you, Jay. And as you answer that, probably want to throw something else to you. You are part of a development house, so this move to cloud gaming and the metaverse, just how much is it affecting your development cycles, how you're creating games, and what kind of games you're able to create? Are there any limitations you're finding, especially with, let's say, first-person shooters, third-person shooters, just moving those into the metaverse or into a VR state?
Yeah, so since we're at a CIO conference, I think any sort of long-term experienced CIO will relate to the sort of this pendulum that swings back and forth over the decades from centralized computing, client server, what we used to call, to edge-based computing. And so we went from main servers, if you will, to the home-based PC, to now sort of Chromebooks and going back to a centralized server type thing. And in the gaming industry, that's exactly what we're seeing on cloud-based computing, where we had really a buildup of the computing power at the consoles and the PCs. But in order to reach a larger audience, they're trying to now centralize that on the equivalent of the old mainframes in data centers, and blades. And so what we're now seeing is, as Ben mentioned, the need for that low ping rate, that low latency, to be able to get that data flowing back and forth. What's interesting is that most of the cloud-based gaming investments, and these are massive investments, are being done by the big US companies. So you have Amazon, you have Google, you have Microsoft, etc. And they're primarily focused on the US market. The reality is they've not been very successful so far because cloud-based gaming doesn't make a whole lot of sense in a North American context, where a lot of people do have powerful PCs or the gaming consoles. But to put that in context, the newest Xbox, the Model X and S, have shipped about 12 million units total globally. Whereas in Africa alone, we have over 400 million connected smartphones. And so if you want to provide cloud-based games over a mobile environment, Africa is really the forefront of it all. And it's particularly relevant here. For us at Asiku Games, 100% of our games are cloud-based games. We operate purely from a server infrastructure. Everything we do is HTML5, what you would call a progressive web app, rather than relying on the remote processing power. Because as Ben mentioned, in Africa, many people have, first of all, it's an Android mobile first continent, but also a lot of people have sort of smaller, older phones, or some of the Chinese brands that don't have the memory and the processing power. And so, yeah, we try and centralize. But Ben is absolutely correct that we need more data centers around the continent to reduce those ping rates. And it's not always a geographical separation. It's really around data time for the pings going through the pipes. So today from Nairobi, it's faster to go to a Dubai or Paris-based server than it is to go to South Africa, even though that may be geographically closer.
Thank you. Benjamin, next question is over to you. Recently, we saw Microsoft's largest acquisition happen to be of Activision Blizzard, which is, of course, a gaming publisher and gaming studio. And Meta's second largest publicly known acquisition was for the Oculus. This trend where we're seeing large tech companies buying up either game device manufacturers or game publishers and studios, what do you make of it? Is there something they are seeing that we're not seeing?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're beginning to see is, every company, every brand is now looking at how they can establish themselves within this digital world. So that's, as you said, it's not just tech companies that are acquiring stakes in the metaverse, but even if you look at the fashion brands, the work that brands like Nike and clothing manufacturers and sports companies are really looking to get into this in a big way. And that, of course, is beginning to happen here as well. Organizations with brands are asking themselves, what does our brand mean in the metaverse? And of course, there's a lot of Me Too and, people, as has been said, a lot of experimentation, right? People are looking at what can they do with their brand. I'm really excited to see, for example, what sports are doing. I was actually meeting with one of the local football clubs yesterday to talk about how this is going to impact them. And you see just new ways you can engage with your consumers, with your users. So, owners of NFTs are being given privileges or access to vote on, how the brand will appear, and there's this higher level of engagement that you can have with consumers, and that's really where companies are looking at experimenting. What does this mean? How can they engage with their clients differently? But I think at the same time, this is a great opportunity for us, as Ben mentioned earlier. Local artists, local designers, much of that work, is here. And what NFTs, whether they're in games or outside of games, is helping is providing a platform for us to get local art, local talent to a global audience. And that's what we're doing with Green Channel and NFT is, getting local artists, local designers, and enabling them to create these new assets, engage in different ways with local brands and international brands, and say, yes, we actually can contribute to helping you engage with clients in a whole new way.
Would anyone else like to add something?
I just want to, it's a point of order, but it's, Jay said about it was easier to get to a data center in Dubai. And, it actually isn't. Dubai, although we have from Kenya, we built a submarine cable to UAE, which is the country that Dubai is in. That submarine cable goes to Fujairah, and Fujairah is owned by. There are two companies, telecoms companies in UAE, which is one is Etisalat, one is Du. The main place where our landing station of our cable is owned by one company, and the main data center where the cloud gaming servers in Dubai are is owned by another company. It's almost impossible to actually get to Dubai, even though it's geographically sensible. So in the way we build our networks, we have a lot of challenges in Africa with things around cross-connection fees and this sort of restriction on cross-connections and restriction on cross-border connections that often make us follow the most abnormal routes to get to an obvious place. So the obvious way to Dubai is to go to Fujairah and then to Dubai, yet the realities of telecoms regulation don't let that happen. And actually, in fact, the main gaming servers we use in the Middle East are in Bahrain, which is very close, and we are able to get to Bahrain. Fortnite servers are in Bahrain. But anyway, there's a lot of very strange things in the way we build networks. And then we take the same considerations in liquid intelligent technologies in the way we build our networks, because it applies to banks as well. So a lot of the CIO readers here, and you've worked in banks, Michi, as well. So, are coming from a banking background. So the same requirements of low latency is required for gamers is what's required for banks. So we think very carefully in the way we engineer our network, and we're engineering it for the gamer and the banker in mind.
All right, thank you. So moving on, we've discussed quite about the infrastructure. Now probably on to something more soft, patents and IP. I don't think there's an industry I've seen more aggressive towards filing patents than gaming, especially probably towards within America. We've seen patents that have been used to sort of delay use from competition. Others seem like direct rip-offs of those patents and of other existing mechanics within gaming. So I'm wondering to the whole panel, what's your take on how game studios and game developers are pushing for patents? Of course, understanding that where there is intellectual property to be protected, then you do have the right to do that. But there have been instances where the line has been crossed. Warner Bros. With an MSC system is a good example where people feel a very good mechanic that would have benefited a lot of the gaming industry is now tied down to a single publisher. Over to you guys.
I'll start by just saying that I'm philosophically against software patents. I don't think they're particularly effective, and I think they're antithetical to innovation. And I think in Africa in particular, they're even less relevant. I think that patents are only worth what, if you're willing to enforce them. And most IP creators, if you will, on the continent, just don't have the financial resources nor the time to be able to hire the panel of lawyers that you need to be able to go out and aggressively enforce the patents. And if that's the reality of your situation, then why invest in making them in the first place? I think the way that you protect your IP is by being fast and leading from the front.
I would also say that very few patents are being filed in Kenya, and they're not necessarily, I would say that I agree with Jay that it's not necessarily serving the needs of the Kenyan innovator. And it takes an awfully long time as well. It takes too long in Kenya to get a patent approved. So it actually becomes even harder. I would say generally that the whole field of intellectual property is not well serving the Kenyan gamer, the African gamer, and is cutting access to markets because a lot of rights, when it comes to licensing of copyrighted material, often is allocated geographically by the content owners. Yeah, so the outcome of that is that a lot of the devices that gamers have in Kenya might have been bought from all over the world. They might not have been bought in through the official dealer for the country. So owners of consoles may well have bought them from the official dealership, which is coming out of the Middle East, but they may well have imported them on Jumia or Alibaba or something else and got them from the US. So we end up with a lot of issues around geo-blocking of devices, geo-blocking of IP addresses, and the same goes for payments. So, a colleague of mine was trying to buy a game on Steam for his kid with a Kenyan card. It was finding it impossible. He tried it with a South African card, but then he wasn't. But the game, it just became a really difficult thing. And we have prevalent payment platforms. We really need to have ways to get the global gaming industry to actually understand there is a market here and stop blocking us out of playing. It's not really good.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, I just wanted to add, I definitely am aligned with Jay's philosophy on patents. They're not really very effective. I think one way we need to look at this is, we have an opportunity to create intellectual property here that represents, the cultures and all of the great history and art and creativity that we've got here. Certainly, we need to look at how do we protect the platforms, but ultimately, we have to get we have to build these assets. We have to get them out there. We have to, create brands that will have global appeal, international appeal, and then we figure out collectively how do we protect that. Just the same way as that little region in France protects Champagne, make sure that it's the very best comes from where they are. Well, the very best representations of Africa should only come from here, not because we've got a team of lawyers protecting it, but because it's the best and because it's available. And to a large extent, in the world of IT, contracts and lawyers don't solve problems. It's about having the code. It's about being there. It's about having the best. And if you go right the way back to the history of gaming, you look at the genesis of Street Fighter II. It was surrounded by many, many ripoffs. But why was it the best? because it was engineered with meticulous care and style, and so it was able to hold its place. And we need to do the same thing.
Thank you, guys. We are coming to the end, so just to end the conversation, we've seen a lot of industries turning towards the gaming industry, so either to borrow something or to invest in it or just to come into that space. And I think probably they're coming to learn a lot about how games engage with their audience and how they can transfer that to their markets. And so there's quite a lot that gaming as an industry could teach other industries. And probably as you give your parting shots, I'd also request you to give me one particular trend you see coming up for Africa or Kenya within the gaming industry this year.
I mean, very simply, I think the trend is going to be more gaming, right? I know, during the pandemic, I have stats on the network, and I've seen a game. I see internet traffic to a game like Roblox, right? And I don't know how many of you play Roblox, but I'm sure your kids do. We have seen no other type of traffic rise more in the African network than Roblox in the last 2 years, and I've been talking to them and establishing direct connections to them in every way I can get to connect to Roblox, because we're seeing so much growth, and the trend is there. We're seeing more gamers doing more gaming for longer, and it's not going to stop.
Thank you. Benjamin, sorry.
Yeah, I think the trend that I'm expecting to see is two things. One is a lot more collaboration between traditional technologists and artists and designers. I'm a techie, but I'm spending much more time with artists in art galleries explaining how NFTs can change their industry and how they work. So I think greater collaboration between technologists and artists is what's going to happen this year. And I think secondly, new ways of raising funding to support the creation of these things will emerge as well. So I think the traditional ways in which funds to develop IP, whether it's games or any digital content, is also going to change as artists and techies find new ways through traditional NFTs to start to build movements, and we'll see new communities emerging.
Ben, is it more fun working with artists and creatives than it is with the techies?
Absolutely, yes. It is a lot more fun. It's like a new lease of life for all of us, really, and it's invigorating. Yeah, I think that collaboration is really gonna happen here. Yeah.
Over to you, Jay.
I'll jump in just to say that it's a really amazingly exciting time for gaming in Africa. I mean, gaming industry as a whole is going to hit $200 billion this year globally. As Ben mentioned, grew massively because of the pandemic, during the pandemic. And that's even before you really start to build in the blockchain gaming numbers that we're just starting to see now with some of the huge players that are coming up in that space. But within the gaming industry, there's really only 3 markets globally that have a total addressable market of 1 billion players potential. And that really is China, India, and now Africa. And unlike any other market in the world, Africa's a fresh ground. It's green. It's total greenfield, and we are really at day one. And what we're starting to see is the massive ramp up that Ben was talking about with Roblox happening on the continent. A massive ramp up of new content creators, and what's starting now is going to be a massive ramp up of M&A activity of the international players, those public listed studios who need the double-digit growth and are going to look to Africa for that. And really all eyes are on Africa at the moment in the gaming industry. Africa Games Week is happening in Cape Town 2 weeks from now, and you're going to see some very exciting announcements coming out. So I would say that anybody who's involved in tech in Africa, has been around for the last 10 years or so, and is looking for what's next and what's interesting, take a look at gaming, because it's not for kids.
Yeah, thank you everyone. I'd like to thank my panel. Been an honor with you guys having this conversation. I'd like to thank the audience. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. I hope you've learned something. I hope you pick up a console very soon, or pick up a game from your smart device or whichever. Again, games are not just for kids, they are for everyone, and they are the fastest and easiest way to learn. So have fun and have a good year ahead. Thank you.
When it comes to CSPs, I'm assuming to be referring to cloud service providers, we have got value in a space to add to the guys, but again, it comes down to what are you trying to deliver, how easily are you trying to deliver it inside of it, right? A lot of the times when we talk about it, and one of the questions that was asked earlier on, for us, it's about saying, you know, let's make your infrastructure a lot simpler to manage, right? And how we do that then comes down to what type of licensing that you have. How many product sets within inside of a product portfolio do you have to give you what it is that you're looking for as a service provider, right? So it's never just one single answer that we can say, oh, this is where the value proposition is just for one thing, but it's a multitude of things.
All right, fantastic. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Michael Mishia and the fantastic panel. It is always great to just hear about virtual reality and how the gaming sector has definitely changed. This is something that you would hopefully that you can be able to engage in and just have a session on it and see what the virtual experience is all about. So we're glad to be hosting you here virtually, and we have a panel question that we want to ask you. All right. First of all, I'd like to ask Felix Boturi from CIO Africa to just put in the option there so that you can be able to just give us your feedback. The first question we want to ask you, would you rather that we have 100% virtual events? That is the first one. Secondly, we want to ask you, would you rather that we go back to the conventional way of 100% physical events, how we used to do it a few years back, just having everyone physically there? Or do we have an option of having a hybrid event where we have the physical option and also we have the virtual platform also there? All right, so the first thing that we want to ask you, do we still keep it 100% virtual? Secondly, do we go back to 100% physical events, or do we have a hybrid of both? We have the virtual option and also the physical option. So please just give us your feedback on that. We are going to make sure that we throw you the availability on where you can be able to just give us your feedback, so that now as we move forward, and especially in this year ahead, we want to make sure in 2022 we are going to meet the needs of our viewers, and we see how best we can be able to have our sessions. Thank you very much. And now we want to get into entertainment and media, and we have seen quite a number of influencers, especially on social media. They've been promoting brands out there, all right, and companies and brand propositions. And first of all, the question that you want to ask yourself is, who is the preferred media influencer for my particular organization? Who would be preferred to be able to position our product into the market? And how do we come up and get a strategy, a marketing strategy for the right influencer to place in this particular industry? So this is an interesting conversation that we want to engage in. And to take us through this session, he is the CEO and co-founder of Wozi. This is none other than Brian Mogeni. Over to you, Brian, as you guide us on the best marketing strategy and approach that we can be able to imply, so that now we can be able to proceed from there. Thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you, Ian, for the introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Mogeni, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Wozi. We're a technology company focused on creating jobs, specifically gig work along influencer marketing. And basically our platform enables businesses to leverage unique communities, both offline and online, to carry out targeted influencer campaigns. So think about, from just the celebrity being an influencer to, moms, to professionals, to experts, to creators, and how can businesses easily leverage them by accessing them on one platform. And on the flip side, individuals can receive these jobs on their mobile app and also earn a living. So over the last year and a half, we've run over 15,000 campaigns across 7 different countries: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Nigeria, Ghana, and also Mozambique, as well as South Africa, for different brands from different sectors, from banking, from FMCG, from SMEs across the board. But that's a little bit about Wowzy. I'll get to talk a bit about that later and how you can leverage the platform. But more importantly, today, I'm here to discuss state of influencer marketing. And this is a term that has been picking up pace over the last, years, couple of decades, more and more. But if you really think about it, influencer marketing is something that's existed for centuries, from the days of Napoleon, where he would want to influence, he would use the playwrights. From the 70s, when VW would launch the Scooby-Doo van, as some may know, they would use Muhammad Ali. To today, in the age of social media and digital channels, where influencer marketing has been significantly amplified over the last 5 or so years, and pretty much anybody today can be an influencer. So as I begin my presentation today, Africa in itself, when we look at influencer marketing, there's one end where businesses can leverage this particular channel to reach their customer and convert and sell products. At the same time, development agencies can use this channel to educate. But beyond this, on the flip side, it's a massive opportunity to create jobs. So if you look at Africa, with a median age of 20 years old, with very, very increasing number of individuals owning smartphones, and this is pretty much the place to meet your customer is becoming more and more digital as we move. And if you look at influencer marketing in terms of the spend over the last 5 years, it's grown over 500% from 2017, from a market cap of about $3 billion to 2021, where it ended just a little bit below $14 billion. And we see this trend continuing. This particular year, it's particularly projected to reach over $20 billion. And the question one asks is, who is spending all of this money? It's businesses, it's small businesses, it's B2C businesses, and more as of late, B2B businesses as well. It's a massive trend. A lot of the problems around carrying out influencer marketing have existed due to the pain points of finding one, who is the right influencer, how will I measure, how will I carry out these campaigns? And some of these questions are what platforms such as Wowzy are answering through technology. With Wowzy, we are pretty much organizing very unique communities. So it's not just your favorite celebrity who's an influencer. I actually believe all of us today, in the audience today, are influencers in our own right. We do have people who believe in us. So the question begs is, how can B2B business leverage influencer marketing? We've seen this in the market with a lot of B2C consumer goods, where you have celebrities creating content, from Coca-Cola to restaurants. But in the same, how can a B2B business leverage this? It's a great channel to meet your customers. And this is something that I would love to talk a little bit more about today. But before I move forward, I would just like to make a point that we are all influencers, and how can businesses leverage these very unique communities is something that I want to talk a bit more about. So the answer to that is yes. B2B businesses can definitely leverage influencer marketing. If you look at the Edelman's Trust Barometer for the last couple of years, you will notice that the first point or the highest trust comes from people like I. So this is your fellow colleagues, your family, your neighbors, your close acquaintances, people within your industry. If you think about it, you're much more inclined to do something or act on something when it comes from someone who's very close to you, when it comes from a family member, when it comes from your colleague, more so as opposed to a celebrity who's reaching millions of people. But if it's one of your best friends, one of your industry acquaintances talking about something, the driving factor behind that is much more effective. And I go back to, the whole concept of influencer marketing is nothing new. It's just that technology is enabling us to leverage this channel. And influencer marketing in its own right is built around people. This is a channel to reach your customer through people. And people are your best sellers. This is a channel that you can actually reach people through your customers. So with what we've done with Wowzy over the last year, we've onboarded over 70,000 influencers across these 7 markets that we're active. And we've learned a lot of new things as well. And if you think about it, on the platform, we have just a little bit under 5,000 celebrities across these 7 markets. But at the same time, we have over 65,000 what you call nano influencers. These are people with less than 1,000 followers. Probably 99% of us today would have less than 1,000 followers on our social media. And this is really where influence happens. Influence does not primarily happen online. It also happens offline. So think of the chef, think of the banker, think of the insurance specialist, think of doctors, think of people in development sector, people in public sector. We're all influencers in our own right. And what we've done as Wowzy is onboard individuals, groom them, and that enables a business, just like any business that all of us run, and to quickly log in, create a campaign, find a community that resonates with your business, and set up a campaign in a few minutes. The influencer would receive the brief fully on their mobile app. They would complete the job. You would get to track this on your dashboard, and also payment for the influencer is solved. So a lot of these tedious pain points is what our technology is solving. And beyond that, it's now enabling everybody to be an influencer. And we've seen businesses from running campaigns and struggling to run a campaign with 10 people because it's very manual to pick up the phone, follow up. The reporting is in 10 different formats. The influencer does not get paid on time. A lot of these pain points are what we've streamlined and standardized through the Wowzy platform. And as we move on, I would like now to really focus on the concept of how a B2B business specifically can leverage influencer marketing. So some of these points that I would like to really talk about today on this particular point. Every single business exists, to serve its customers. And one of the first ways before serving your customers, you actually have to reach your customers. You have to intercept them at a point where they can actually get to understand the offering that you have, and then you can educate them. And with B2B businesses, where a lot of deals are closed in boardrooms, you find your target audience is not as large. It's not in the millions. It's not in the millions like an FMCG would. How do you go about carrying out influencer marketing? Does it make sense to you? So some of these questions are some things that I would like to address today. In terms of the whole concept of for example, you could be a business that's in the insurance sector. Or for instance, you could be providing human resource consultancy services. How do you leverage influencer marketing? So with what we've seen over the last year and the trend that we see continuing, is B2B businesses leveraging very unique communities. If you find that your business has a very niche target audience, the best people to reach that target audience are people within that target audience. If you think about it, I believe most of us today would agree that our customer has always been our best seller. Your customer is actually one of the core influencers that you can leverage on Wowzy. So we've built tools where, as you create an account on Wowzy, you can pretty much invite your customers and engage them on a campaign. And some of the benefits for this is you get to work with people who, one, understand your product, with two, people who actually have specialist knowledge if you're in an expert field, and three, without having to do and find and educate these people, you're actually saving yourself time. Some of the advice we'd give to B2B businesses is to focus on matching their target audience with the target audience of the influence. So if you're selling HR practitioner services, or for instance, you're selling medical insurance to companies, some of the best people to actually work with on these campaigns would be the heads of HR of different companies who you've already sold to. once they're happy, they're the ones who actually go and tell their fellow industry colleagues. And that's how you can actually start getting referral. And that's where the real concept of influencer marketing stems from. It actually stems from organizing word of mouth. And today we can actually do that by organizing communities and running campaigns through these very unique communities. So imagine if you're selling insurance, medical insurance to companies, imagine running a campaign through 100 HR practitioners. These are people who are in the same association, they engage off work, not just online, and them talking about it, for instance, on LinkedIn at 100x, you will actually deliver, and these are people who can actually talk about the service, you'll actually get a lot of leads. So these are some of the ways that we'd advise companies to specifically leverage on their customers, specifically leverage on experts. For example, we have certain campaigns that we're doing in the healthcare space where we actually have licensed professions or professionals, such as pharmacists, such as pediatricians, and these B2B businesses such as your Novartis, and a lot of us I think have known a lot of the pharma companies. They can actually leverage these very unique, because they primarily would like to talk to pediatricians. So the best way to do that is use pediatricians at scale in an organized fashion that is easy and measurable and controlled through the platform to run campaigns that would be relating to the business that Novartis is pushing. And you can see this from another piece that businesses can leverage is thought leaders. So I think on LinkedIn, we all probably follow one or two different types of individuals for specific expert knowledge on that particular space. Most of the CIO leaders, you'll find themselves are LinkedIn thought leaders. How do you find a thought leader who's specifically in your space? For example, Bugwanji here, the likes of Bugwanji here, who's an expert in technology over the last couple of decades, is very fitting, for example, for Microsoft, who will probably be pushing a B2B product that's targeted towards companies. He's someone who can easily understand it, who can just break down that information and share it to people who actually are within that target audience of Microsoft. Then lastly, once you've matched your target audience with the target audience of your influencer and your target audience as a business, in today's age, you don't have to actually do the manual work of making phone calls, having boardrooms. As professionals, you want to focus on the strategy. You want to focus on the analytics and tracking stuff. So the tedious work can actually be sorted out by leveraging on very unique platforms. And as we go, the last thing I would like to leave us with is that everybody is an influencer. Your customer is probably your best influencer. How can you organize them, invite them, and create a very unique group on your platform and run campaigns through them? And lastly, working through experts. So the piece I'd like to leave us is not to see influencers just as the celebrity who is looking very flashy on social media, but also think about the real word of mouth that happens both online and offline. And that's where real influence happens. And that's exactly what our platform is enabling businesses to do. So yeah, generally as a B2B business, primarily focus on the niche communities that really, really matter to your business and run campaigns through them. We trust people like and that's where we've seen the highest conversions. Thank you very much. Happy to chat and engage with everybody, and we wish us a winning 2022, what's left of it. Cheers.
All right. Thank you so much, Brian. I like what he said, that your customer is your biggest influencer. Let's definitely keep that in mind. All right. Fantastic. Now we want to go into a discussion where we are going to go through recovering credit losses. We know that definitely so much has been able to change over time, especially after this post-pandemic period. We know that there are heavy losses that were there. We know that the banking sector definitely goes through some rigorous process when it comes to the loan applications from the credit administration evaluation to the credit analysis team, and finally now it comes out. But I know there's quite a process there, but we want to see how financial institutions can be able to recover from there. And we have an amazing panel from the BFSI sector that can be able to guide us when it comes to recovering credit losses. And to moderate this session for us, this is none other than the MD for Tala East Africa, Ivan Mboa. All right, welcome, and over to you, Ivan.
All right, good morning, everyone. Absolute pleasure to be here. Hope you can hear me clearly.
All right, thank you so much, Ivan. Where are we reaching you from? Are you in Kenya? Are you within the region?
No, dialing in from Accra, Ghana, in West Africa. Yeah,
fantastic.
Pleasure to be here with you all. Great, and I'd like to maybe start off by asking my esteemed panel to introduce themselves. This morning we have Kevin Mutiso, we have Catherine Moraga, and Lanre Bamisebi. If you'd like to go ahead and introduce yourselves, that'd be great. Maybe starting with Catherine.
Thanks, Ivan. Good afternoon, good day. I hear it's still morning where you are. Glad to be here. My name is Catherine Moraga. I head engineering at Stanbic Bank. Engineering comprises of data analytics, technology and operations, cybersecurity, bank projects. And at Stanbic Bank Kenya, we are a franchise of Standard Bank Group based in South Africa. And in Stanbic Bank Kenya, we say Kenya is our home, we drive our growth.
Thank you. Kevin Mutiso.
Good afternoon and good morning to everyone. Thank you very much. I wear two hats. Firstly, an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of a company called Oye Platform Solutions. And what we've done is built an ecosystem of boda riders by building digital fast financial services for them. And we've started with a insurance product and then moving on to a lending product. The other hat I wear is I am the chairman of the Digital Lenders, where Ivan is my co-director. And we lobby on behalf of the digital lending ecosystem for progressive and fair regulation. Thanks.
And last but not least, Mr. Lanre.
Hi, thank you very much, and thanks again for inviting me to the panel. My name is Larry Bamishebi. I sit as the group manager director for FinCell Africa, and I'm also the head of IT and operations for Equity Group. So I'm happy to be on this panel, and I'm open to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Great, and my name is Ivan Mboa. Actually, just a slight change of status. I was most recently the East Africa Managing Director at Tala, and I've since actually migrated to West Africa, where I'm setting up a new fintech on behalf of a bank, Ghana. With that being said, I'd like to perhaps start off this afternoon's conversation with a little bit of background and context setting. COVID-19 has been described as having accelerated the world into a digital-first future. Here in Kenya, we saw banks accelerate the closure of some physical branches and nudge their customer base towards 100% adoption of digital channels. Some businesses were unable to accelerate into this digital-first future and suffered lower revenues, full-year losses, and staff layoffs in 2020 and going to 2021. The Central Bank of Kenya preemptively asked banks to provide defaulters with a deferral of listing at the credit reference bureaus. And some banks also went ahead and preemptively worked with the same customers to restructure existing loan facilities to avoid a sharp rise in non-performing loans as COVID essentially stepped into place. And so as we begin to imagine a post-COVID world, there are aspects of how the world in Kenya work that will not return to pre-COVID norms. So today, I'd like to ask our panelists to represent senior technology leadership across the leading banks in fintech to give us a sense of COVID, the resulting credit losses, and technology's role in addressing the same. So first question to all panelists I'd like to start with, and to start with Catherine, is could you please provide the audience with your summary assessment of the impact of COVID on your bank's lending business? Is your institution, as of today, on the other side of this crisis?
Thanks, Ivan. And you rightfully put it, the pandemic impacted everyone. And if you look at it from a financial services perspective, specifically banks, when you look at the results that were received and published, you could see the performing loan perspective. But bringing it closer home from a Stanbic Bank perspective, what are the key things that we quickly had to do? So all this is anchored around agility in terms of the things that we had to pivot and working very closely with our customers. As you rightfully put it, we were the first bank in this region to support our clients with restructures of loans. We did restructure around 31 billion worth of loans. But also from an agility perspective, we had to reassess our ways of doing business. COVID did present a case where it was low touch from a customer engagement and also staff engagement. One of the things that we had to quickly pivot is through the projects team, use technology, redefine our processes, automate things like customer acquisition. So, and with that, we saw an acquisition of what used to be 100, say, as an example, 100 customers a day, going to 400 in a day, and doing away with forms. A late entrant in the digital lending space, but we did also manage to pivot into digital lending to existing customers and grow our loan book from a digital perspective to around 5 billion. And it goes back to pivoting and using technology in agility in decision making. And these are things that now are here to stay and forcing us to rethink how we do business. If you look at it from pre-COVID and now, quote unquote, still with COVID, but not as large as it was a year and a half ago. Another area is things to do with debt recovery. Fully appreciating that, what else can we do from a technology perspective? So implementing things like, we call it the sniffer capability. How do we sniff? For example, Ivan has money in his current account so as to promote the recovery team objectives, as an example. And lastly, deploying things like robotics process automation to support staff, give them meaningful work, especially from a perspective of teams that process large transactions that are of a manual nature and are repetitive. So for us, Ivan, those are some of the things that we embraced and will continue enhancing even as we continue in this new world.
Okay, great. Thank you, Catherine. You almost jumped ahead to my next question. I was going to ask later on, but I appreciate that. So Kevin, maybe you could help us understand what's your assessment of the impact of COVID on your lending business as a fintech? Would you say that your institution and institutions that you represent, DLAC, are on the other side of this crisis?
So I represent two institutions, one that was negatively affected due to the sudden shock, as we were purely lending business with no deposit taking side. And the key lessons there was, one, using data to better identify good customers and sort of trusting the process along the way. We learned a lot about our customers, and that's actually how we pivoted into the Boda Boda ecosystem by asking ourselves the question, do we want to be a vanilla product? Do we want to, sort of lend to everyone, or do we want to find a niche that we can become the best at and serve that customer base very well without sort of thinking about anyone else and sort of designing specifically for them? So I'd say, yes, we've come out on the other side, head above water. It has been an interesting journey in terms of, key lessons learned. And then on the regulatory space, I think on that front, we've also done quite a decent job where engaging with the regulator has gotten us to the point where we now have regulations that will come into place in September. We expect that this will bring in more investment into the sector and sort of build that, that fintech ecosystem in collaboration with the banks as well.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. Lanre, what are your thoughts on, COVID's, the impact of COVID on equity banks lending business, both across FinServ and the traditional bank? Would you say equities on the other side of the crisis?
All right, thank you very much. When COVID started, the first thing we did was, as a systemic bank, we realized that, our decision has impact on the
is anyone else unable to hear Lanre?
I believe that Lanre is on mute, and it seems that
no, I think
he's coming.
Internet.
All right, so Ivan, we can be able to just proceed with the next person.
Sure, as we wait. Yeah, sure, no worries.
Let's sort it out.
As we wait for Lanre to get back. Catherine, I kind of wanted to follow up on something that you mentioned, that you sort of touched on a little bit, which is sort of robotic process automation. Maybe for our audience, I'll sort of dive a little deep in an interview that you gave to Credit Info in 2020. You stated that in the future, as a consequence of COVID, there'll be a redefinition of business processes that may come with the increased adoption of robotics process automation. Can you do two things? How do you define robotic process automation in layman terms for the general audience? And then also, could you give us your thoughts on how Standard Bank could use robotic process automation in both credit underwriting and also in debt recovery? You touched a little bit on the debt recovery side, but maybe let's give us a general sense for those of us who are not so familiar with RPA. What is it, and how are you thinking of incorporating it post-COVID in how you underwrite customers and how you recover debt from customers that are past due?
Thanks, Ivan. How would I explain RPA to a layman? Software, a robot in the form of a software that is used to conduct repetitive tasks. So I'll give you an example. What is a repetitive task? Every day, bank, there's a team that does reconciliation to reconcile and say 100 Catherines did M-Pesa transactions. So are there any exceptions? Is there a case, say for example, you did an M-Pesa, you requested money from your bank account to M-Pesa, your M-Pesa wallet. Your account was actually debited, but your M-Pesa wallet was not credited. So how do you handle that reversal? And imagine as the bank, given the size of the institution, it multiplies the number of transactions that happen. So reconciliation officers are forced to sit down with an Excel and every day follow very similar strokes or instructions. List this column, perform like a search or what we call VLOOKUP, and then say, actually, Catherine is out of pocket. We need to send this money to her M-Pesa wallet. So RPA, a software robot that can mimic repetitive tasks or strokes that we conduct on a machine, and therefore giving that staff meaningful work. Because at times you find reconciliation staff or any staff that conduct repetitive work, it's mundane, it's boring. And the beauty about bringing in a robot, the robot will work 24/7, and also it has extra time to take on more work. So that's how I'd explain RPA to a layman. With regards to your question, in terms of use cases, the one use case, actually two use cases that I've seen work very well or I've had the experience. First of all, I talked about reconciliation. We've seen a case where reconciliation would take close to 3 hours. But courtesy to using RPA, it is done in 15-30 minutes. So it frees the staff. Yeah, amazing. The staff is left to only handle exceptions. Therefore, it gives the staff meaningful work. And also, here is Ivan, a degree holder has been conducting reconciliation for years, we now tap into what else can Ivan do in terms of giving them meaningful work. How do we stretch your brains? That's what I mean by meaningful work. So we've used RPA in reconciliations from payment of or reconciling transactions from, say, Kenya Revenue Authority, PesaLink, such things, and also extending it to debt recovery, the repetitive tasks. It cannot do everything. For more advanced repetitive work, now that's when we explore other technologies. But for repetitive tasks that can just be mimicked by, again, RPA, it does the job very well.
All right, it's really interesting. I mean, it's fantastic. Like taking reconciliation down from 3 hours to 15, 30 minutes. Yeah, this is pretty amazing. Maybe I'll now jump to Kevin. You know, you touched on this a little bit in your response, you know, but I wanted to kind of ask, what is the most important lesson or takeaway that you have learned as a CEO, as a leader from COVID-19, especially in fintech, to help you navigate the next economic shock that may cause a spike in defaults and difficult bad debt recovery? So if you're thinking to yourself, if COVID is the dress rehearsal for maybe one massive shock in the future, and it could be anything from, you know, political election violence, it could be the next global pandemic, you name it, but a repeat of 2020, what wisdom are you going to carry with you from 2020 into that future? Specifically on, you know, I would say managing defaults and improving bad debt recovery.
So I think the number one piece of wisdom is continuous engagement with the regulatory framework. I think for us who are in the space, an announcement by a leader could change the behavior of the customer of almost overnight. And so creating those channels between the regulator and the business and private sector, one of the key pieces of wisdom or lessons learned, because what you want is some stakeholder engagement before those kinds of decisions are, one, made, then, you know, two, announced. Because without that engagement, they don't know what the potential impacts could be, not just to us, the business, but even to the market. Because if you remember initially in 2020, the first, particularly in digital lending, the first shock was we had significant defaults, but then because of that, we held back lending. And you would have found that that lending could have been very, could have saved, you know, a margin, you know, a significant proportion of businesses that may not have, that would have done well with the access to finance we were giving. So that's the first lesson. That I think every CEO in fintech should sort of have. The second is because we had, and this is particularly to us and me as Kevin and our business, we had a pretty vanilla product where we didn't focus on the needs of one demographic. We hadn't really built that customer loyalty or that customer partnership or mind share within the customer's mind. Therefore, we were one of the first people they would like to default on, right? So before they default to Tala, they'd rather default on Shika. And that was just because we did not have the mind share, we did not have the relationship, we did not have that sort of in-depth understanding of that customer's needs. And it was simply because we hadn't put focus on one demographic. I think what that does is that it defends the balance sheet, because the customer knows the additional benefits by maintaining this line of credit in a healthy way. They will always ensure that they're paying back on time because of all the other additional benefits. And even if your portfolio is smaller in sort of the short and medium term, what tends to happen is that you can then also have larger average loan sizes over time. because you understand this customer better. You're able to build better understanding of what and where to lend to them within their sort of process. And so that, I think that's the second major lesson I've learned. I mean, as you can imagine, it's been quite exciting, sort of gaining those insights on our new customer base.
Thank you, Kevin. Welcome back, Landry. Hope you can hear us. Why don't I give you back the mic, and I'll ask you two questions. So the first question is what you had started on before. We're kind of talking about FinServ equity, effectively the impact of COVID. Are you on the other side? And I think you left us at equity being a systemic bank. You were about to make certain decisions, and I think that's where you cut off. So do you want to maybe pick up from there?
All right, thank you very much. Apologies for the interruption. Yes, like I was saying, we are a systemic bank, and because of that, when you're systemic, the decision that you make during a pandemic like COVID actually does impact the whole economy. So what we did was we supported the economy. We gave our customers the reprieve to be able to do their loan, do some management and repayment and restructure of their loan. So we closely managed to give out a loan about 171 billion loans, and during COVID, we actually restructured most of these loans. And since the economy has resumed, about 122 billion of those loans have been coming back. So we didn't really feel the impact much. And what we did was to immediately launched what we call Joari, which is a credit scoring solution. What this does is help us to fine-tune the way we give credit out. And we launched it about 4 months ago, and we've had about 107 million credits. We've disbursed 107 million. And out of that, we've only had an NPL of 0.7%, which is very commendable. And then during COVID, it was almost like we were waiting for it as an organization, because we had already digitized most of our platforms. 98% of our transactions were already online. So it didn't come as a shock to us in equity. And if you look at our balance sheet during the COVID period, I think we grew about 40%. So what it did for us was to help us to accelerate adoption of some of the technology that we've been, piling on and wanting customers to adopt. We had less people coming to the branch, so most of them were going on the digital platform, and that grew it by about 98%, which means about just 2% were using brick and mortar. And since we were already prepared for it, it was easy for us to accommodate those customers and be able to grow our customer base. Thank you. You were going to shoot on the second question?
Sure, yeah. So, I think your group CEO, James Mwangi, has sort of famously publicly declared his intention to transform equity into a technology company with a banking license instead of a bank with a technology department. And some people believe that he may be racing ahead of his client base who are still rooted in the offline world. And of course, you just quoted some really interesting statistics about the fact that 90% of your transactions are online. But let's also think about beyond just transaction processing, right? Or even origination requests. How does Equity Bank intend to use technology tools to mitigate, offline cases of default, right? So you might be able to disperse a loan to me, with fantastic underwriting software through all kinds of mobile channels. But what happens when I don't behave the way you expect me to behave? And I'm very much rooted in the offline world. How are you thinking of using technology to address cases like that?
Okay, so thank you very much. The issue of repayment, it's something you can't really, put your hands on, because people don't repay for different reasons. Some of the reasons they can control, and some they cannot control. So your own as an organization is to be able to preempt them, right? And that's why you use a lot of data. Data is not just about, understanding data. You need to understand the quality of your data and when you get your data. So what we've been able to do as Equity Bank is we've connected with almost all the other institutions to be able to understand data, relationship between two parties, understand, we're able to mark you to the last percent, the possibility of you being able to repay. And then we're also working on, for example, we realized that a couple of our customers, the 2% that are not on digital, like I mentioned earlier, 98% of them are on digital banking. So we've been able to give them products like the USSD, the mobile app, chatbot, and the rest of that. And for those who are not on smartphone, we are also trying to work on doing things like giving them device loan, right? So we are doing that in Rwanda. We are going to start in Kenya. So we give them device loan and also accelerate their movement into the digital world. And also, what we do is our loan, the credit scoring that we built in-house, using machine learning, is so robust. Right now, its NPL is 0.7%, which is one of the best in class. And so we give loan only to people that we have assessed to be able to pay back the loan. And in instances where we want to go up country, for example, we are trying to use things like voice authentication, right? So that, we know who you are, we can do a voice authentication. So you can actually do a whole voice banking to do a loan, to make a loan request, and also we do a disbursement. So for us, I'm not sure we are really struggling with getting our loans back, because our NPL is really low at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Landry. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I think equity is continuing to lead the charge. So I want to bring the call to a close by asking my panelists a final question. What is one prediction that you made in 2020 at the onset of COVID on what you thought its intended effect on your business would be that turned out to be wrong as of 2022? So it's an unusual question. We always typically ask people to predict the future. Let's talk about what happened the last time you predicted the future in COVID, when you turned out to be wrong. And I guess that is hopefully a positive note to end on, right? Effectively, perhaps things didn't go as bad or perhaps as good as you thought. So maybe starting with Catherine, why don't you start us off with your 2020 predictions gone wrong?
Thanks, Ivan. As a business, we really braced ourselves and just looking at different models in terms of how the loan book perform, given that we could evidently see sectors that were struggling, sectors of the economy that were struggling, and looking at the book and dissecting it, just looking at the exposure per sector. But what was pleasing to see, and especially as the country started opening up and some businesses pivoted to new business lines, so they were able to still make good their loan repayments. And others, I guess it goes back to the resilience of businesses. So what was pleasing to see is that we had these models that, in a sense, braced ourselves for NPLs to really hit the roof. It was pleasing to see how businesses rebound, stayed the course, and were able to, sustain their repayments. So that did come to pass, and it's a good result.
Fantastic. A very positive note. Kevin?
I think mine is similar to Catherine's in the sense that I was very wrong at my prediction of the incumbent business being taken over by a newer player in certain segments. I was certain that they would lose, they weren't agile enough, they would not be able to adapt to this new marketplace. But even in our own sector in fintech, I'm very, very pleasantly impressed by a lot of what the banks are doing. I know I met Catherine's team, doing amazing things. I met some of the other banks as well. And so I think what excites me now is I'm glad I'm wrong. I'm glad that the incumbents have proven themselves and that they're agile and they've allocated capital well. And I think that also gives me excitement in the types of products and types of partnerships we're going to see in the future with the banks and incumbents in general.
Right, interesting. Let me just allow me just to jump in. Ivan, apologies for that. Just probably we can be able to see how we can wind up and see if we can get a closing remark from our wonderful panel. So over to you, Ivan, so that we can be able to proceed from there. Thank you very much.
Great. So you'll be happy to know these are the closing remarks. This is the final question. So I think when you have Mr. Lanre to help us close the session with what is one prediction you made in 2020 at the beginning of the COVID pandemic that turned out to be wrong. And then I think we can thank all the panelists right after.
All right, fantastic.
All right, thank you very much for giving me the honor to close. I think like Robert Kiyosaki said, the future is created by what you do today, right? So for us at Equity, it was almost like we saw it coming. We predicted that our customer would move to the digital channel, and that we thereby created that enabling environment for them, and they did move. We moved from about 80-something% to 98% in terms of digital transaction. We also predicted that some of our staff would enjoy working from home. And as we saw, we realized after the COVID, people are coming back even with their shot. People don't want to come back to the office. So now we've been able to have over 250 developers that are outside of Kenya, working from different countries around the world, Russia, Indonesia, and the rest of them. If you had asked me this a year ago, I would have told you all my developers should be from East Africa, but now 90% of them are outside of the continent. So it's important. It's actually coming to fruition that despite all our expectations, some of these things are turning out to be, to our advantage. And just in closing, I just want to thank my co-panelists, Catherine, and the moderator. You've done a very good job. It's been a good session. I enjoyed myself, and I hope we have more time in the next panel. Thank you, and have a good week.
Great. Thank you all very much. All right, over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ivan. Thank you to the lovely panel. We totally appreciate that. Thank you for moderating this absolutely well. We're hopeful that we can be able to get a recording of the same. That is such a key discussion that we don't want to let go. I was just yearning to hear more of it. So thank you to the amazing panel and also Ivan for moderating it so well. All right. So our next speaker is a man who has a lot of experience, especially when it comes to business technology and digital payments. He is an expert with this field with over 17 years experience in IT payments strategy at a national scale. Sean was instrumental in the transformation of retail banking and digital payment services, working with various stakeholders, including African leading banks, fintechs, PSPs, PISP, and mobile network operations. He has worked at various levels with the Nigerian interbank settlement system, transforming real-time payments in Nigeria. Sean is currently the Chief Operations Officer at Integrated Payment Services Limited here in Kenya, with oversight on technology, operations, and recently led the modernization of the real-time payments infrastructure for Kenya Bankers Association. Sean is a certified fintech practitioner with over 10 speaking appearances and panelists at Africa Focus Fintech and Digital Payments conferences. Degrees to Sean credits includes he's got a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science, and also he's got a Master's in Computer Systems and an MBA from Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, University of Ibadan, and also University Ilorin, respectively. He is seasoned to the bone and marrow, and we are glad to have him here. So over to you, Sean, as you take us through this next discussion and break it down for us. Thank you and welcome.
Thanks very much, Ian, for the introduction. Briefly, I'll be speaking around building an operational resiliency within the banking industry and banking ecosystem, and also how banks can build an operational efficiency post-COVID-19. We could see in the past couple of years, precisely around 10 to 20 years now, we've actually seen evolution of banking. So banking actually started around creation of credit facilities, branch-based banking. Banks started, setting out branches, rolling out branches. Brick and mortar banking services were actually the order of the day. About 5-10 years later, we've started seeing banks also investing so much in digital platforms, in e-banking platforms, enhancing the capability of staff, investing in technology infrastructure, and all that. Now, that moved from investment in technology infrastructure to digitalization of banking and payment services. We now see banks also rolling out a lot of branchless banking initiatives. We've seen a lot of banks today rolling out self-service ATM machines, allowing consumers to have less physical interactions with bank client service officers. We've seen a lot of banks today that allows digital submission of checkbooks, lodging of complaints electronically and all that. Now, if you could see how this has actually moved over time, we see that banks have actually built resiliency around technology, around the people, around the processes, around service innovation, around product innovation and all that. However, the big question here is this: is this actually sufficient, and is this actually meeting the expectation of the 21st century consumer? Given the fact that we now have challengers. We have challenger banks, we have new banks, we have fintechs, we have payment service providers that are actually creating a replication of banking and services actually being given by all these ecosystem players. Now, how can banks actually get into this space, build some sort of resilience for themselves, and also be competitive at the same time and profitable? Now, in the last 10 years, we've seen a very significant, in the last 2 years rather, we've seen significant investment in African fintech. For instance, in the last 2 years, we have about over 2 billion USD invested in fintechs across Africa. The three key African continents being Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya. Now, the whole essence of actually building this capability of these fintechs is to be able to give direct to consumer proposition, gives flexibility around products and services that are being given by banks, take away the rigidity and introduce a lot of agility so that it can actually foster quicker to market product launch, and also improve on go-to-market proposition by these fintech players. Now, this has actually created some sort of competition for banks, if we may see it as a competition, but at the same time, it has actually created some sort of collaboration between banks and fintechs. Just as we have seen in different countries, we have seen in the UK, where we have regulation, supporting open banking, supporting bank fintechs collaboration. We've seen that in Australia. We have seen that in India with UPI, and we have seen that also in a lot of countries across Africa. Now, for banks to be able to build a resilient operation, they must actually see themselves collaborating with competitors. Now, not just competing with competitors, but collaborating with competitors who are more agile, who have a sophisticated and using emerging technologies such as AI, machine learning, RPA, and all that to actually build their tech stack to be able to roll out products and services as quickly as more than legacy infrastructure that a lot of banks are actually using. Now, how can banks actually reposition themselves and build operational efficiency? And that's what I can actually call a banking of the future. Like I mentioned earlier, banking evolution actually started from investment in branches, setting up of branches, moving to presentation of consumer loans, credit facilities, and all that. Now banks investing in digital platforms, now into payment infrastructure. Now, how can banks now build a purpose-driven future post-COVID-19? Now, if you could see from April 2020, we could see a sporadic increase in digital payments. There were a lot of less physical interaction of consumers with bank branches. During COVID era, a lot of branches were closed down. A lot of consumers actually were using digital platform. A lot of merchants, a lot of billers, a lot of businesses actually resulted into using digital platforms to actually keep the business and going. So we've actually seen that trend, coming into place, and that's going to be the norm in future to come. So if you could actually see this transition, you will actually now see that consumers are now more comfortable and moving towards a digital-oriented platform. Now, seeing that, we've seen banks also to be able to meet up with this pace of consumer need. They also need to do a lot of things which I can call critical success factors for banks to be able to build an operational and resilient banking and payment services. First and foremost, banks need to see how they can modernize and transform their payment infrastructure, banking and payment infrastructure. This is given. We've seen a lot of banks across different countries of the world using a lot of legacy infrastructure, and the pace at which transformation and modernization is going, that requires a lot of banks not to only invest in the technology infrastructure, but to also invest in the people and the processes that actually underpins the implementation of the technology stack or driving the technology stack. Now, that's one of the critical success factors that banks need to put in place to ensure that they actually prepare themselves in building an operational resilient future. Now, secondly, and I think I mentioned it a bit earlier on, banks need to see how they can actually collaborate with competitors. Not seeing fintechs, not seeing PISPs, not seeing PSPs, not seeing MNOs as competitors, but more like collaborators. So there must be a lot of strategy, and engagement, strategic engagement, activity that needs to be ongoing across the banking ecosystem. So we could actually see a lot of collaboration happening between fintechs and banks. We can also see a lot of collaboration happening between MNOs, MNVOs, and a lot of PSPs or PISPs. Now, that's a very critical success factor that banks also needs to put into place to build an agile and resilient operating model. Now, thirdly, the gold mine of today, which is actually data. We've seen a lot of modernization initiatives being taken place, across the banking industry globally. Today, we've seen data as actually, we've seen various data protection regulation being turned out in Europe. We've seen a lot of open banking initiatives that are actually coming up where banks are actually mandated to collaborate with fintechs. So the gold mine of today, which is actually data, needs to be seen as an enabler to actually build a resilient and the future of purpose-driven banking and payment services. Now, what is data expected to actually do? I say this in two folds. The first one being descriptive, creating some sort of descriptive analysis, and the second one creating some sort of predictive analysis. So data is expected to enable banks to actually have descriptive and predictive analysis of their consumer behavior and consumer spending. Now, this will actually enable banks to be able to build an agile and customer-centric solution, and also incorporate agile culture into their implementation, because you can predict consumer behavior, you can predict consumer spending, and you can actually use that to actually predict how you can actually build purpose-driven payments, banking products, solutions that can actually be centric around consumer needs. Now, these are some of the things we've seen a lot of fintechs actually leveraging on and be able to build and roll out products and solutions, and they have a quicker go-to-market action plan being implemented. Now, these are some of the critical success factors I've actually seen to be able and to enable banks to build a purpose-driven and resilient banking and payment services in the future. I've actually been involved in a lot of transformation and modernization initiatives across 2 key African markets, and it will be my delight to actually take this conversation further with the audience of this event. Thank you very much for listening, and have a good day.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sean. We totally appreciate that presentation. And now we want to go and discuss about rethinking the customer experience. And to moderate this particular session for us, she is the editor-in-chief at CIO Africa. She's also in charge of the publications here at CIO Africa and runs every agenda for all our events. Ladies and gentlemen, and I say this with a lot of pride, she is a multiple award fashion journalist. It doesn't get better than that. And she is also a business strategist. Ladies and gentlemen, up next is none other than the ever so lovely Carol Odero. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Ian, for making my day. Hi, everyone. So just before we start talking about rethinking the customer experience, I would like to tell you that if you have any questions, please send them through so you can see if the panel can answer them. So I guess here we go. I want my panelists to introduce themselves. Hello, panelists.
Hello, Carol.
Hi. Can you all introduce yourselves and what you do? Well, start with you, Trevor.
Okay, I would have thought we'd have gone with ladies first, but yeah, my name is Trevor. I'm the co-founder of Ongea. Ongea is a customer support platform. We help businesses around the world deliver great customer support to their customers using platforms like WhatsApp and WeChat. And yeah, I'm very happy to be a part of this panel. Thanks.
Welcome. Devine?
Hi everyone. Good afternoon for everyone. My name is Devine Muragijimana. I head the global brand and communication marketing at Cellulant. Cellulant is a payments platform. We've been around for the last 18 years and built one of the largest payments gateway across Africa. So today we facilitate payments for merchants across Africa or merchants who want to collect payments across Africa. So this is a topic that we're very passionate about when it comes to customer experience. So I think we hopefully have gotten it right across Africa, but I'm really excited to dive into this conversation with the rest of the panelists. Thanks, Carol.
Great. Hi, Claire.
Hi, Carol. My name is Claire Munene. I'm the Director for Customer Experience at Telecom Kenya, one of the leading telecommunications companies in Kenya. And what I'm responsible for essentially is our customers and driving delightful experiences for our customers that are meaningful and help them do what is important to them.
I love that you use the word delightful, because you're going to come back to that. But I want to ask you all one question, and I want you to tell me the first thing that pops into your head. Who owns the customer?
Okay. Is this all of us?
Don't edit it. Don't edit. Just say it. You could say it's you because you're the one who's handling them. Okay, who owns the customer experience?
I would say from an organization perspective, the organization owns the customer experience. The entire organization owns that experience.
Oh, nice. Anyone else?
I agree with Claire that I think, and in fact, once we realized that customer experience was being designated to one particular part of the business, we actually brought back a value of customer delight no matter what it takes, which is an entire organization now is completely focused on customer experience, because it's not, customer experience is so integrated that it can't be a one department job.
Right. Trevor?
Yeah, so I'll go with, I think I agree with both of them in an ideal world. I think most of us are striving to have customer-centric organizations, but sometimes we find that we're actually quite focused on other areas. So you might find some companies are very focused on processes and operationally, and then they forget the customer to whom all of this is serving. So I'd probably say ideally, yes, it is supposed to be an organization-wide goal and probably led from very, very senior people going down, but most of the times in practice, we find ourselves into these operational silos, and most of the people who care about customer experience tend to be more in the communication, marketing, customer support segment. But I don't think that's right. I think we should aspire to have customer-centric organizations where everybody believes that the customer is that the experience is the most important thing.
You know, what's interesting is that I actually did not have any idea what the answer to this question is, because some people say it's the marketing team, some say it's the sales team, others say it's the organization. But if it's the organization, who's leading the championing for customer service? So I still don't know what the answer is, but I'll go with whatever it is that you've said. So Claire, you talk about a delightful customer experience, and Devine, you usually say that you're customer obsessed. What do these words actually mean to the customer? I'll go with you, Claire.
Okay, from my perspective and where I sit and in my experience in this space, I would say a delightful experience for a customer is an experience that allows the customer to seamlessly access and do what is meaningful for them through either my product, service, or offering, and leave them feeling happy about it. That's what a delightful experience I would say is.
What about you, Devine?
I mean, I think it's what Clay is saying. I think delightful experience is, and from a payment, let's even look from a payments perspective. What we found out is that because customer needs are so divergent, for example, and they are becoming much more. So customers are demanding better experiences They want more integrated experiences. So you find that the only way to actually delight the customer is almost meet them where they need you the most. And this could be anything between where they interact with your product, or they interact with your business development guys, or they interact with your whoever, maybe the call center or the customer, what we call the customer experience team. But however and wherever they interact with your team or your product or your services, you need to design it in such a way that you understand their needs, right? So customer delight, I think, is really around understanding your customer, understanding what they need, understanding how they get in touch with you or where they get in touch with you, and then creating that seamlessness. Claire talks about seamlessness in experience. It's almost like the most critical thing that you need to focus on when you want to deliver the best experience for your customers, which is something I think when you talk about being obsessed about our customers is really understanding how do we deliver the most seamless experience for them.
Well, so Trevor, I have a question for you. As the co-founder of OnAir, actually, I like that name. Your business touches on customer service and generating feedback. So feedback from the US and Asia Pacific say that 1 in 6 customers call the line just to hear a human voice. So yet over the past 2 years, AI has been a consistent trend with the rise of the bot. So are we losing something significant? Are we losing the human touch if you're corresponding with the bot, and then this is what we are making front-facing for our customers?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think for us, we are focused further along the customer journey. So people come to our solutions when they want to figure out how to help their customers when the experience has gone wrong. The customer is not delighted, the customer is frustrated, and maybe disappointed in the expectation they had in the product or service that they bought. So there's been a big push towards deploying AI bots. Personally, for me, I feel they work really well in self-service situations where, we know that none of these products and services we're selling to our customers are perfect, but we have some scenarios where the customer is actually empowered to be able to solve some of those problems. And I think that's where AI is really, really powerful. Getting back to your question and that research, I think it's a fair point. Like, we've been so isolated for the last 2 years. Some of us just want to talk to a human being. And if you go into a situation where you're forced to deal with a bot, it can be quite frustrating. And one of the things that I normally talk to our clients, yes, we are selling you a tool, which is it's technology, but it doesn't exist in an abstract world. You also have to look at the motivations, the passions of your customer and what they're experiencing at that time. I'll give an example. Let's say I'm sending money to Claire, and I send it to the wrong number. At that particular moment, I'm going to be very anxious. If I have to deal with a bot and it's a time-sensitive thing, I'll end up being more frustrated, not even just about my mistake, but about the entire experience. So some of those things have to be curated, and you have to actually say, hey, I think there are some customer flows that would be best handled by a human being, and there are other flows that you could handle using automation. Because ultimately, I think a lot of managers in terms of customer support are trying to balance the efficiency and the cost reduction that they can get from bots with the eventual customer satisfaction that they have with that experience. And I think the goal is, if something has gone wrong with the product, you want to resolve the problem for the customer and convert them into an advocate for the business. So you also have to make sure that you're delighting them when you're solving their problem.
Okay. I like this delightful word. I'm beginning to expect to be delighted as a customer very soon. So Divine, you work with a company, it's a Pan-African company in 18 different countries, and they connect entrepreneurs and innovators. So COVID was a global crisis with a global impact on the customer experience. So how do you design experiences for all these 18 different countries? Do you have one template? Do you have different things for different areas of Africa, like West, East, and South? Or do you actually sit down and create something different for all the customers in this region?
That's a good question, Carol, because, and when you said that, I was just thinking how much to deep dive, because there's a lot when it comes to delivering it, when you talk about seamless experience for all of Africa. But I think the best experience, what we found out is, because of COVID, but also because just generally customers have become smarter. They've become, unfortunately, more demanding, right? We've had to rethink how we do customer experience, and it's not just for Cellulant. I think every business have had to do this. And then, of course, when it came to COVID, it let's say accelerated the need for rethinking how we deliver customer experience as a business. But we found out that the best way to deliver customer experience is actually when the customer doesn't need to actually reach out to you. And the best way to create a seamless experience is when you can build a product that the customer actually uses. It's seamless, it's intuitive, it is it answers to the needs of the customer, so you understand the customer's needs enough that you can actually build a product that they never have to contact you. Now, this is the ideal world, but in the case that you need to be contacted, what we've done is build a multi-channel integrated experience. A lot of our teams, and what we've done is build in-country, so there's a bit of in-country customer experience teams that handle the specific nuanced needs for the markets. But a lot of the processes, how we do customer experience, our views, when we talk about customer delight, no matter what it takes, that is driven centrally. And we've tried to digitize as much of these processes as possible. But on top of that, build a product that is going to deliver the best experience and provide information to the customer without having to actually reach out to us. And for us, the metric is the less the customer has to talk to us, the less the customer has to reach out to us. We feel that we've actually started winning that battle of customer experience and delivering delight, so to speak. So a lot of it has to do with just making sure that you understand the product and you're building a product that is almost as intuitive to the customer needs as possible, so that they don't actually need to reach out to you. And when they do, we build now some in-market but very central processes that allows us to be very specific about the kind of experience we want to deliver to the customer. So that's how we've answered it. We are still, again, COVID is still here, so we're still working on it because customer experience is almost an ongoing process. But so far, so good.
Great. That sounds great. So Claire, Telkom is in the business of bringing people closer. You know, you connect people to their loved ones, and sometimes people connect over tragic things. So if they're having a negative customer experience, then it really impacts them. But connected customers are also happier. They have better mental health and even have improved fitness. So how do you position the customer experience to create more connections? Because happy customers means a happy business.
That's an interesting analogy or background, Carol, and I do agree. A happier customer is happy business, and I'll leverage off the background of where we're coming from during this pandemic, and customer needs have greatly shifted and evolved. And I think Divine talked to this, and so did Trevor earlier, and I strongly agree with both their points. And moving forward, because that has shifted, it has forced us as an organization and as a business to relook at all our customer journeys across the board, all our customer touch points, all our customer channels, and redesign those journeys, looking specifically not in the direction that Trevor mentioned in terms of automation and bots and artificial intelligence alone. Yes, that's important. But one thing we've learned in this journey that you alluded to, Carol, is that empathy is actually the key, we discovered, to making happier customers. Because like you rightly said, many of them have gone through tragic experiences, and those who have not still desire or require empathy, even in the journey. And this is one of the key items or keys we have discovered in this journey, and it's looking at empathy and infusing it into the design process of these journeys to create those experiences, while understanding that customers are not homogeneous. They have individual desires and wants, and that's where technology comes in. It's using technology to allow you to design specific experiences for different customers in order to delight them. That's what I would say. Empathy. It's compassion over competence.
Interesting, especially since now brands are actually gaining more traction for a competitive advantage, as well as how they take care of their customers. So if you're a brand and you don't know how to take care of your customers, that's just too bad. It costs you money. And also, does it really matter whether you can scale up or scale down when it comes to customer service? So how personal can you really get?
I think I'll go first, Carol. I would say scale is important, depending on how huge. If you look at the telecommunications space, we're talking millions of customers, unless you're dealing in the luxury space, in which case it's more limited and probably easier for you to be able to say you'd have that high touch one-on-one engagement. But scale is important, and that's where technology comes in terms of how do we use machine learning? How do you use the chatbots, but also incorporate behavioral science that infuses the empathy I was talking about earlier to be able to scale the meaningful, compassionate engagements across your base?
Anyone want to chime in?
Yeah, I think she mentioned something. I was thinking you asked whether personalization really matters, right? I think when it comes to customer experience, personalization is almost like the number one thing you need to think about. And I think this is almost a very biased, and I come from the brand perspective when we talk about where a brand's ability or a business's ability to know their customer, talk to them in a language they understand, in the context that they understand, and in a way that they can actually relate to you and pay attention to you, because there are maybe a million or one things that they're going to be doing at any given day. So your ability to connect to them at any given point becomes almost your number one metric on delivering customer experience. So, and I think whether you scale down or up is easy now because we have technology. I think you couldn't do this 10 years ago. With companies now like Ongea, you make it easy to be able to actually provide very personalized experiences. You're able to actually know your customers. Claire talks about machine learning and behavioral science, and just the fact that you can actually know your customers without having to create a big, humongous team to deliver personalization. So I think we have the advantage of technology, and I hope that more businesses actually start taking advantage of this, because personalization, understanding your customer, being able to speak to them in a way that touches their heart, because at the end of the day, I think customers are very emotional buyers, so you have to be able to really connect to them on a personal level for them to be able to buy your services and be your brand ambassadors at the end of the day.
All right. Trevor, do you have anything to add to that? You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. I think scale is usually tied a lot to budget and cost. From obviously, for me being a solution vendor, that's something that I tend to face a lot. And I still feel for us on the continent, support is still largely seen as a cost center. So it's seen as something to which we want to optimize and reduce spending on and increase efficiency. And it's not really seen as something that can drive advocacy, retention, and actually create value. We have studies where we've shown a lot of the interactions that are happening even in a customer support setting sometimes could even be pre-sales. So this person who you're talking to, you can actually upsell, you can actually give more value to. So I think it's a bit of an attitude change. Obviously, we have to deal in the real world. We can't give... we would like to personalize and make all the experiences, like you can imagine if you had a problem and the CEO is on one side, you would like to give that to everybody, but there are constraints. So I feel for me, yes, I think some of what Celiant is doing is good, plan to succeed, try and reduce the instances where your customer has to contact you in the first place by designing better products, be more empathetic all the way from the design process. Things will go wrong, so you need to have some sort of allocation for that. But I've had very, very interesting conversations with people around cost for service, how much does it cost for me to take a customer service call? Are there other ways I can mitigate things, even just educating customers? So you might find, running an ad, teaching people how to use a product or a self-service channel. It costs money, but it ends up actually reducing some of the calls that you might have when people are using the product in an expected manner. So I think you have to just look at it holistically. But for me, I'm a bit biased, but I would just generally say, we need to stop looking at at support as just purely a cost thing. It's something that we can differentiate with. It's a competitive advantage, and it definitely can provide a lot of input into the rest of the business.
You said something interesting there. When it comes to giving people an experience, part of what really matters is educating the customer, because you can create an app and it's something and it's brilliant and people love it and it looks great. But if they don't know how to use it, then that means that your app is not working. Have you had instances like this when it comes to feedback, and what did you do with it?
Yeah, that's the story of my life. And most of the times it's happened when we've begun with assumptions of what our customers think. So you're in this world where you're thinking, I think our customers need this. You go and build something without testing it from a research perspective. And especially for building software, it's very expensive. And those mistakes can be almost fatal for some businesses. So I think what we've learned really is sometimes just to put away the machines, put away some of the technical things, talk to people, talk to your customers, get that insight, get that research, and then come up with a plan. I found like the levels of success tend to be higher than just going straight out with your assumptions. Sometimes, obviously, the market doesn't know. You could be like Steve Jobs, you could be inventing a new segment, but for most of us mortals, I don't think making assumptions about our customers is a plan for success.
Well, the thing about customers is that, well, they're human, but they also talk. They talk a lot. So when you get feedback from your customers, what is the next step after getting the feedback, whether it is good or it's bad? What is it like for you, say, Claire? Because I know a lot of people would call you to complain about a lot of different things because you have different platforms as an ISP provider and then as a telecom operator.
You are right, Carol. You've made my mind run through. I think we tend to look mostly on the bad feedback or on complaints, which is good. But we need to also focus on the positive ones so that we can create more of those and understanding what makes our customers happy and being empathetic, putting ourselves in their shoes, understanding behavior so that you're able to be more proactive and not reactive. And I think that's generally the direction we have chosen to focus on as an organization in terms of understanding what makes them happy and how do I multiply that? And I think Devine talked to this earlier when she was saying, like in some cases for products, they would rather they don't call in and they're self-sufficient. Yes, that would be good. But however, sometimes there's good traffic, there's calls that you need or contact that you need that is probably in understanding what your offerings are, because they may not be clear, in which case that's good for the business. And the only way you can best understand that and try to do that is having even a friendly customer group, which is something that we love to do in product testing, where you offer a product out to a group of customers, ask them to test it and use it, and give you feedback on its experience. And then it allows you, what that does is it allows you to clean it up and bring it back to the wider community when it makes sense.
So I'd like to ask this as a general thing. What should we expect for the customer in 2022? I can start with the Devine.
So Trevor, you guys have been picked to kickstart this one. What do we expect from the customer in 2022? I think it's not going to change in 2022. I don't think that the customer is going to be less demanding, right? I think the one thing that Claire said that resonates all the time, especially now, is empathy. We will need to empathize with our customers a bit more because of just what has happened. We've gone through global pandemic, and people are going through just different emotions and probably different losses because of what we're going through. I think we need to be a bit more sympathetic. We need to create products that are a bit more empathetic to the experience of the customer. But I think customers are generally going to be, and I am in the dark now because we've just gotten out of the lights, guys, sorry. But I think, customers are going to just need more empathy and more demanding. They're just going to demand for better experience than ever.
Well, you should demand for better experience from KPLC right now.
I think so.
So, Trevor, what are you seeing as the biggest trend in customer experience this year?
I think what she said is largely correct. I think customer bases, especially even just in terms of the consumption of technology, they're becoming more enlightened, more aware. Like I talk to my parents and they tell me, oh, I've done this and I've changed my SIM card, I've done X, Y, and Z, and they're learning more about technology. So I expect that customers are going to be demanding more. And as businesses, we need to step up and be able to give them the kind of service and products that they deserve.
All right. Gentlemen, ladies, thank you so much for your time. I am so pleased that you came for this panel and you've been very generous with your answers. I wish you a lovely afternoon and I hope to see you soon again. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Carol. Bye.
Carol. Bye.
Well, up next, you're going to have Chris Senanu. He's the enterprise officer at Safaricom. He's going to come and tell you all about the telecom experience and what trends to look for in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chris Senanu.
My name is Chris Senanu, and I'm the Chief of Enterprise in Safaricom. The enterprise business, or Safaricom business as it is branded, is in charge of engaging businesses, the public sector, and SMEs on services and solutions. That's who we are, and that's what we like to do best. 5G is 5th generation mobile technology. For all intents and purposes, look at it this way. You had 2G, and then there was an upgrade to 3G, and then 4G, which has been the latest that most of the mobile networks have deployed. 5G is the latest. And if you want like a description, if the speed you had was like 100 kilometers per hour, if you're driving a car, 5G will give you almost 6 times that speed. But the more important bit of it is that it's the reliability and your ability to do multiple things at the same time on any device that you want. So 5G is just a much, much, much better technology than we've had in 4G. For the 5G rollout, we're looking at deploying initially 150 base stations across 9 different markets this year. So by April, we'll have those up and running. These include Nairobi, Kisumu, Kisii, Kakamega. So basically, if you can imagine that we could only support 100,000 devices per square kilometer on 4G. Now we can support 1 million, literally 1 million devices. So it's not like a minor upgrade when you go from 4G to 5G. It's a massive upgrade. And like I said, the speeds, you're looking at about 6 times. The difference between 150 Mbps and 1,000 megabits per second. You know, it's just totally phenomenal. The challenge is that 5G devices tend to be much more expensive, and so it will take some time for that price to come down. As more network providers across the world adopt the technology, it means that more vendors are going to build devices around the 5G technology, and that will eventually bring down the pricing, and based on that, we'll have more people with 5G devices. But for now, we're rolling out because it's what we do. We like to be at the forefront of technological innovation, and this ensures that the Safaricom network is ready for all the new innovations in IoT that are coming into the country and are needed. So 5G, the first important use case for 5G is connectivity. People want fixed wireless access is a critical component of what the market needs. So in places, first and foremost, where there's no fiber, fixed wireless access is a very good way to give people good connectivity and good broadband services. Obviously, there's also enhanced mobile broadband, so people who have 5G devices can have a much better experience. And so, yes, over and above the areas where our fiber network does not cover, the great thing with wireless is that nobody has yet developed a technology that can cut the air. So unlike fiber, where you can have a fiber cut, genuinely when it comes to wireless, the reliability is very high. So the second use case that is very important for my division is private 5G enterprise networks. So if you take, for example, Kenya ports, the port can decide to have a private network. What this means is that they have a 5G base station, and instead of having a cabled LAN, they use 5G to connect all their devices. The laptops, the computers, the servers, the machines that move the cargo off the ship, the devices that clocking people. And so the whole of the ports is connected, and they don't have to worry about adding additional devices. As you remember, I said you're moving from 100,000 devices to 1 million devices. If you take, say, a university campus, between security, the library, engaging administration, students' Wi-Fi, everything can be connected. Take, for example, the UN complex. Again, that's another area. So, on manufacturing concerns, where you have a big, manufacturing plant. So private networks, you can easily do that on 5G. It works perfectly. It just means you standardize the device, and it's got very high triple-DES encryption for security. And so that's one of the other use cases that are very important for 5G. As you may know, we're a purpose-driven technology company, and our mission is to transform lives. And when we talk about transforming lives, it's both lives on a personal level and livelihoods in terms of business. Now, agribusiness, education, or agriculture, education, and health are three verticals that we are focused on having impact in. So what does this mean? It means when it comes to schools or agribusiness or health facilities, we've got a team of people who are sitting down and thinking, how can we better the lives and the livelihoods of people who are in these verticals? Because all of those three touch all of us. So if I were to take agriculture and look at, for example, what we're doing with DigiFarm, the whole opportunity there is we want you to be able to be a couch farmer. What does that mean? From the comfort of your couch in a leafy suburb, from the palm of your hand in your phone, you can see what's going on in your farm. So basically, from the issue of the soil structure, in terms of is it moist, what's happening to your crop, monitoring the farm implements, connecting, be it the tractor or the irrigation system. We can use 5G to basically monitor and control all of those things. Some of these technologies have been there throughout 3G and 4G. What has happened is that with 5G, the ability to control them, the ability to have HD quality signal in terms of the monitoring has been enhanced. For DigiFarm, we're looking at ensuring that the farmer gets this information through their phone as real time as possible. That's basically it. Over and above registering all the farmers, understanding what crop they have, helping them with information about fertilizer. Basically, right now, the technology is much, much more affordable, and it creates the opportunity for different connected sensors that a farmer can deploy around their farm to monitor and manage things. On the health vertical, what is happening is that you have tier 1 hospitals, or what we call referral hospitals. We've got Moi and we've got Kenyatta. Now, there's a lot of experts also scattered around hospitals, let's say in Nairobi and in Mombasa. But in a place like Turkana, in a place like Samburu, they may have the hospital facilities, but they may not have the experts. So again, in what you will call telemedicine, which also has been there for some time, but has not been efficient because of not having high enough connectivity or speed and reliability. With 5G, we are able to connect different hospitals. So you have an expert one side, and they can actually monitor a device. So if you have something like an MRI machine, and there's a patient in emergency in Turkana, you can have a doctor in Nairobi looking whilst the MRI is being scanned live, and they can then give the right information to the nurses and the healthcare workers on the other side. And that person will have quality information and be able to make the right decision for the patient. So healthcare is one of the areas that we see 5G being able to give good value. You can also take the case of wearables. These days it's fashionable for people to have handheld devices or hand-worn devices which monitor their heart, monitor their weight, monitor everything. And this information, obviously, if the patient wants, can go direct to the hospitals or their GP, their general practitioner. So in terms of healthcare, you can see the way 5G can enable doctor-patient engagement, hospital to expert engagement, and even if you look at it in terms of the health ecosystem, we are able to raise the bar and make things much more effective and efficient for healthcare in the country. Our experience has shown that as we've moved from 3G to 4G and as we've rolled out our fiber network, that the more capacity you deploy, the more people use. It also, as more people are connected, it brings about a lot more opportunity. If you think about it, the gig economy of Kenya started after 2009 when the international fiber cables came and we deployed enough fiber in the country. What it meant is that youth in different areas of the country were able to connect onto the internet in a way that they can get jobs outside the country and work online and get paid. And this has been a very good booster to the youth in Kenya. We've deployed 4G more than 95% of our network. We're now beginning to deploy 5G, and we expect that thousands of Kenyans will go out and they'll start buying 5G devices. But it also means that our broadband services are going to get much, much better. And we are able to support, health, education, agribusiness, and the public sector. Remember, there has been a big difference between how we used to consume news and video 5 to 10 years ago. Right now, I'm sure most of you consume your news on your phone. You don't consume the news at 7 o'clock or 9 p.m. You consume the news real time on your phone. So with 5G, there's going to be a massive enhancement of the video quality. And that's why a lot of networks are having to upgrade, because the amount of video content is blown up. Remember, that has also given rise to a totally different sector in terms of production of this content. For instance, if we take the border industry, yes, it existed, but between borders and the taxi hailing companies, there's now a flourishing business. Why? Because we've been able to use mobile technology to connect somebody who needs transport or logistics to the logistics provider. Nowadays, most of the border people have smartphones. They're basic fast smartphones, but they're smartphones. They work. Because one, when they are waiting for customers, they normally use these phones to actually access information. I've met a couple of them who've told me that they're studying for online degrees on their devices. So in between, be it being an Uber driver or a border rider, they are able to use their devices for education, entertainment, and for business. Without connectivity, none of this would have been possible. So fast internet and smartphones have basically ended up changing the world. It's not the same way that it was. It has brought massive new opportunities, and 5G is going to take this to another level. So today, the farmer with 10 or 20 acres can monitor their things from anywhere in the world. Millions of people can keep track of their health. And we are going to see the proliferation of more jobs all around just because of connectivity. We've always distinguished ourselves in Kenya as being innovators. And in that innovation space, in the tech space, we've always been early adopters. And so I see a situation where the faster and the earlier we start to adopt the use of 5G, the earlier and faster we get use cases that nobody in the rest of the world has even thought about. Because that's who we are. We are creative. We are innovative. I believe as Safaricom rolls out more 5G base stations and we see a proliferation of devices and gadgets all using 5G technology, we're going to see a multiplier effect on the connected population. We're going to see a massive impact also on the economy, because I see more jobs being created online, more opportunities for content, more connected devices means more engagement between all of us. And so it's a plus. Yes, 3G and 4G will still have their value. Less so 2G, but definitely 5G puts us on a totally different level in terms of a country that is serious about technology, a country that is serious about digitization, and a youthful population who know that this is the future. So 5G is here, which means the future is here. Let's get together to transform Kenya.
When you found a job that you think that your experience match, then the first thing you will have to do is to create your personal history profile. So it's called a PHP. And for that, we would like to draw your attention to the opening and closing date. Please be careful on that. You have to apply during that period, of course. I always advise to apply as soon as possible, because sometimes and often, I would say, hiring managers, recruiters, they will look at your application very early on. So please, when you see something, do it quite quickly, but not so quickly. Why? And this is the time management. It's very important to take time. Take time to do your application. It's important because this is how you can get in the shortlist if your work experience is matching with the requirement and the desirable that are in the job open.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in and for staying with us all through. This brings us to the end of our program. And I would like to thank Chris for bringing us to a close. The Chief of Enterprise at Safaricom. Forgive me for butchering your title. It was the lights. They were too bright. So there has been quite a lot that we have seen today, from the metaverse with Ali and the panel that addressed digital farming that gave me a new appreciation for food, and COVID that has changed everything. Whether or not you think you're affected, you are affected. So for the next 3 years will be crucial for healthcare, and tech will drive a lot of the decision making, and patients will begin to expect more. And it is critical to meet customers where they are with an omnichannel approach. So if they're on WhatsApp, you be on WhatsApp. If they're on Twitter, you be there too. And like Brian said, we are all influencers. But the biggest influencers here when it comes to tech is you who's watching us right now. And I would like to thank our speakers, panelists, and moderators. I would also like to thank all the people who tuned in. You have been a wonderful audience. And to our partners, Little Cubs, Jumia, IPSL, Wowzy, and Safaricom, and On Air Studios who've been hosting us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We could not have done this without you. Have a lovely afternoon. I had a lot more thanking to do.